Get outside of that target right there. Another 3 boards.
Very great.
Yeah. I was going to say outside, not inside. Even more. I hope even more. That's too shiny, I think. Yeah. it's strong but sanded. Or do you want me to sand it? Blend it out a little bit. Nothing shiny. Did you say watch? Did you say watch? We did? Couple might be a little bit snappy, but I got a guy on my Is that a good way or a bad way?
It's a bad way. Because I get to the one I think it's at, it's too tight, and I get to the one that it is.
So the one you just threw is good. I would just move.
Yeah, that was my extra.
This wasn't as bad as you thought. You still had to move 5.
Was it as jumpy? You know, like it's possibly in play. Yep, that's fine.
All right, good morning. We're about ready to get started here in Ronan at Lucky Strike Lanes. This is the scratch tournament for 2023. Match play is about to start on lanes 1 and 2. You have Tommy Crosstree versus Mark Hodges, Chuck Grote versus Russ Hunt, and Nolan Crosstree versus Kerry Schulin. On 3 and 4, you have Julian Dollinger versus Greg Thomas, Nick Bagaro versus Brandon Willis, Ryan Page versus Jeff Carroll. On lanes 5 and 6, you have Josh Link versus Gio Clanez, James Stephenson versus Todd Alred, Tim Williams versus Charles Wilkin. On lanes 7 and 8, you have Andy Kinney versus Michael Hansen. You have Corey Clayton versus Tim Rooney, and you have Adam Silverthorne versus Alex Hoskins. Should be a great day of bowling. Pins did carry over from match play, or from qualifying yesterday into match play. So the people that are in the bottom half of the field, they're going to have a good start to gain some ground and get closer to that cut to 5. So as I said, we're looking for a great day of bowling here. This is a wonderful field, some big names in it. Greg Thomas made the cut here. He was your winner in Shoto a couple of weeks ago. So we'll see if he can repeat in a couple of tournaments in a couple of weeks. So I hope you enjoyed today and we see some good bowling. Sponsors for the tournament today, we have Classic Products, Storm Bowling Products, Alley Cat Lanes in Shoto, Wayne Carter, Glacier Wholesaler, Pepsi, Ravalli Fun Center in Hamilton, Montana, and Bernie Coon Sr. Has donated to this tournament. This was a full field yesterday. Full 88 for qualifying. This is the top 24. Conditions were reasonably difficult. The qualifying yesterday took place on a short pattern, 4 games, and then a long pattern, 4 games. Today they're on a medium pattern. This is 39 feet, 28 milliliters, so medium high volume, medium pattern. This is, it's pretty remarkable. The tournament in Shoto a couple of weeks ago, 6-lane house. The tournament here in Ronan at Lucky Strike Lanes, 8-lane house. And they both have fields that are very similar to PBA regional. You have Storm staffers here, Brunswick staffers. Some of the best scratch bowlers in the Northwest are here in these small houses. So it's great to see bowling is alive and well in Montana. Also, again, thank you to those individuals in Calgary that are watching today. I hope you enjoy the stream. Calgary is well represented here today. 3 of the Calgary bowlers are in the top 24. Not many opens here in the first frame. People staying clean to start. Hopefully that's a trend that continues. Like to see good tight matches today. Hopefully some of the people near the bottom can make a run to the top. That always makes it more exciting. It was yesterday on the short and long patterns. The fresh didn't seem to be so kind to the majority of the field. A few bowlers were able to hit the fresh, but yesterday the scores, the bigger scores came later as things transition. So we'll see this morning on this medium pattern if early on the scores are a little lower and then they increase as the day goes on. I don't see early today. I do not see a tremendous amount of urethane going down the lane. There are a few bowlers throwing urethane, so there is a little going down. But for the most part on the racks, I'm seeing reactive. On lanes 1 and 2, we have Russ Hunt's off to a little bit of a rough start opening the first 2 frames. We have a few people first 2 frames striking on lanes 1 and 2. We have Tommy Croskery and Kerry Schulen are both starting their matches, their respective matches with a double. On 7 and 8. We also, I believe Tim Rooney has a double. I know there's someone down there with a double. I'm having a little difficulty seeing. Oh, Tommy on 1 and 2 goes through the face, so that'll end. And his string that he just got started. see, Alex Hoskins is one of the individuals using urethane today, and he used, for the majority of qualifying yesterday, Alex used urethane, both on the short and long. The long yesterday was 48 feet, and he did start urethane early. He used urethane all of the short pattern. Few splits are rearing their ugly head early on this morning, and that was the case yesterday as well. If you didn't execute a good shot, you paid a penalty. And you know, in a scratch tournament, that certainly is the way it should be. If you don't execute a good shot, there's a price to be paid, and that looks like it's going to continue today. Let's see if Russ here on 1 and 2 can get a mark. If he leaves a single pin, he should be able to accomplish that. And it is, my mistake, it is not Tim Rooney on 7 and 8 with the double to start. It's Corey Clayton. So he's off to a nice start in this first match. And Russ flags the 2-pin, so he has 3 consecutive openings to start the day. Probably reach over here. I have enough cable.
Maybe I shouldn't be following anyone's lead.
Josh has a big 4.
And Corey does not strike in the third on lane 7. Ball's a little light, leaves a 2-pin. Tim Williams is off to a little bit of a rough start. He marked the first frame, but he has split frames 2 and 3 now. Thank you also if we have viewers in Utah. The Utah contingent has performed very well up here, the Storm staffers. So hopefully we have a few down there. And just a reminder, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please do so. It helps tremendously. Oh, and Mark Hodges throws one in the ditch on 1.
she's in Edmonton. She said it's snowing like
Really?
yeah, you can't even see. And there's a snowfall coming in Calgary.
Right now, to start, this is the first few matches here, almost halfway through the first game, are starting to look like a case of the haves and the have-nots. Kerry Shulin starts with a four-bagger on one. In his match against Nolan, and you know Nolan is falling in a bit of a hole early, but it's looking a little bit of the haves and have-nots. On 5 and 6, we've got I guess what could be described as a defensive battle between Josh Link and Gio. It's a couple of splits for each of them. They're within a few pins, almost halfway through this, but it certainly isn't high scoring by any means. Tommy converts another spare on one. Russ struck in the fourth to end his series of opens. Let's see if he can continue here. No, 2-8-10, so it's likely Russ will open 4 of the first 5 frames. Chuck did flag a spare in the third, but he's got a strike up in the fourth. And through the face, but he can mark to have a fairly significant lead early over Russ. Corey Clayton has opened up a reasonably decent lead in his match with Tim Rooney. So it is. Like I say, there are a few matches that are close right now, halfway through, but right now it's a case of the haves and the have-nots.
Not that I was looking over there, but had enough time to reset.
Yeah.
No, I'm throwing the ball there.
Yeah, I'm still seeing a lot of haves and have-nots. And here we are, just about halfway through this first match. I'd like to also, give thanks to Bernie Coons for running tournamentbowl.com. If you want to see the scoring in the matches where everything stands, total pinfall, go to tournamentbowl.com, look for the Scratch Tournament in Ronan, Montana, and Matchplay. You can take a look at where total pins are. And as I said earlier, total pins did carry over from yesterday, so the people that are down a ways need to start to make a run. And one of those individuals right now, Kerry Shulin, was near the bottom at the end of qualifying, but he has started the day with a 5-bagger, so he's certainly helping his cause to get closer to the cut. Oh, and there was a nice conversion by Greg Thomas. The 2-4-6-10, he just converted in a match that's pretty tight. His match, he has a couple of splits. His opponent has a couple of splits, Julian. So that big conversion for Greg. And then he was the winner, like I said, a couple weeks ago. In Shoto, he was injured, but he seems to be doing okay today. He said he's still a little sore, but he looks much better. Looked much better yesterday than today. Tommy Croskrey, super washout on lane 2. This gives Mark a chance to close some ground if he can double. Corey Clayton is staying clean. He's clean through 5. There aren't many bowlers that are clean at this point, just a handful. The conditions are proving, at least on the fresh, proving to be pretty challenging. Pretty challenging to start the day. Brandon Willis just threw a nice shot, rung a 10-pin. His match with Nick Bagaro is close. Is close right now. They are both throwing good shots, staying clean. So it's making for a reasonably high scoring, tight match. So that's one of the better matches to start the day. Alex Hoskins had opened a bit of distance in his match with Adam Silverthorne, but he just went through the face and left the big 4. So that's going to give Adam an opportunity to close up a little down on Alex. See if Russ Hunt can get back on track here on one. He only has 1 mark in the first 5 frames. Oh, he throws the ball in the hole, leaves the 10-pin. There's a ring 10, not a flat 10. Chuck Grote has about a 30-pin lead over Russ halfway through their match, but Russ does convert the 10, stop the bleeding a little bit. Michael Hansen just went light. He is in control in his match against Andy Kinney. But Andy does have a strike up. If he can double here, he'll be able to close the gap a little bit. And he rings a 10. Charles Wilkin, who was one of the top 5 in Shoto, is off to a little bit of a rough start this morning. His match against Tim Williams, that's a defensive battle there. Michael converts the bucket to maintain a lead. In his match with Andy Kinney down on 7 and 8. Kerry Shulin on lane 1 just came in light and left her 2-8. So that'll end his spring in the 6th. He does have a substantial lead at this point, though, over Nolan Croskrey. And Julian Bellinger is still having difficulty finding the hole. Just went through the face, lead the 3, 6, 9, 10. Gio is not off to a blazing start either. He has in the first 6 frames, he has 4 splits, 2 strikes, 4 splits. So feast or famine for Gio early today. Brandon has struck to maintain his lead over Nick Bagaro. And Gio does not convert the split. So Josh Link does have a slight lead over Gio, but he does have a strike up, so he can open it up a bit. On lanes 1 and 2, Tommy Crosstree and Mark Hodges, although it's not a high-scoring match, have a very, very fun match going on. At this point, Tommy's ahead of Mark, 93-92 through 6, and they both have strikes up in the 7th. So, very tight. Oh, Chuck Road on lane 1, just wiggled the 9 pin. It flush hit, a little high. Wiggle the 9 and it stands. He still has a comfortable lead over Russ Hunt, however. Oh, Charles Wilkin had the 5-7-10 standing on 5 for a moment. It fell out to just the 10. And Charles takes advantage of the nice break he had to convert the 10 and mark. Yeah, on lanes 3 and 4, Rhino Page, after a split in the first frame, has a 3-bagger going. We'll see if he can strike here in the 5th. He is very much in control of his match with Julian right now. And he does. A light hit that carries. Trips the 3 forward. Okay, Tim Rooney has doubled to close up his match a little bit with Corey Clayton. Corey Clayton is still in control, and Corey strikes to maintain that control down on 7 and 8. Okay, Tommy Crosstree was light. Left the 2-pin on his strike. Now Mark is up. We'll see if he can go 10 back and take a little bit of control in this match late. And he does. A light mixer, the 10, I'm sorry, goes late, and he doubles. So he has taken some control. He's taken some control in his match with Tommy. Tommy converts the 2-pin. So Tommy has a spare up, 113 through 7 with the spare up. Mark has a 92 and a 6 with a double up. So he has a 10-pin lead more or less with 2 to play. Greg Thomas converts. He's got a slight lead in his match with Julian. Oh, Nick Bogaro really could have used a strike and just left a crusher 9-pin. So Brandon can come up. Brandon Wills can come up and double here to take control of that match with Nick. Tim Williams cannot get a 4-bagger, but he is in control in his match with Charles Wilkin. Brandon, pocket 7-10. The 7 wiggled. Bad break for Brandon. If Nick converts here on his single pin, on that 9 pin, it will allow him to close up a little bit of ground against Brandon and tighten that matchup. Kerry Schulin strikes, so he's got 278 possible in his match, and he is up by 40 pins with 2 to play. Tim Williams converts to spare, so he maintains control in his match with Charles Wilkin. Josh Lincoln, Gio. Josh has a double up through 7. Gio has a strike in 7. Josh has a slight lead. Rhino Page is struck again for a 5-bagger. So after starting with that split and open, he's now sitting on 5. Okay, Josh Link struck for a 3-bagger, so that puts a lot of pressure on Gio here. He really needs a strike to stay in this match. And he does, 10 back for Gio. So he's still hanging with Josh, but he is going to need some help. Jeff Carroll just struck in his match against Rhino Page, and he's going to need something out. Rhino looks like he's dialed in a little bit. To have any hope at all against Chuck Russ is going to have to strike. Without a strike, and he doesn't. He goes high and leaves a 310. So the best, convert this, the best he can shoot is 145. Chuck has 125 up in the 7th with the strike in the 8th. He's going to win this match fairly easily. Chuck a little high, leaves a 4 pin, but this will end the match. That shot right there ended the match with Russ. It's just a matter of what score each can shoot now. The bonus pins will go to Chuck. And right now on 5 and 6, it looks like we still have a reasonably close match. We're within a couple of pins. Chuck converts to spare, as did Russ. So Chuck has 195 possible. Russ has 145 possible. Charles Wilkin has struck. So he's closed up a little bit of ground in their match. Making a little bit of a run late. Kerry Schulen's now up on lane 2. He still has that 278 possible. And the ball did not make it back. He missed right. Left a 1, 2, 4, 8. Brandon has gotten an 8 count in the 7th in his match with Nick Bagaro. If Nick strikes here, he'll be able to get within 10 of Brandon and make a run late potentially. Tim Williams has spare. He threw his first ball in the ditch on a spare, so that's a little bit painful. He was in control. He was in control of his match with Charles, But that double by Charles has just evened things up. In fact, that ball in the ditch hurt, but he minimized some of the damage by converting the spare. Now Josh Link on his triple left the super washout, got 3 off of it, so he has a 5-3. So he's sitting at 151 in the 9th. And Gio does have a double up if he can strike in the 9th. And he does. So Josh Link's sitting at 151 in the 9th. Gio has a 3-bagger with 90 or 84 in the 6th. So he has 204 possible. And Josh has 181 possible. So things have pretty much evened up or given Gio a slight lead there. So it's turned around late with that super washout by Josh. And Tommy Crosby shoots 190. His first match. Or I'm sorry, he's got a double up. I thought he had 3. He's got a double. He can shoot 190. He's going to change balls on the fill ball. Take a look. Mark Hodges goes off the sheet for 182, but that's not going to be enough. And Rhino String stops at 5. He gets a spare in the 7th. He's got 147 through 6. Jeff Carroll has 115 through 6, but he is clean, so he's converting his spares. He just has 1 strike today. And Tommy did strike, so the 190 does stand. I guess a little psychic there, even with the ball change. You have to look at a different ball and still carry. Russ Hunt did not strike the first ball in the 10th, so he only has a 133 possible. So that's a rough start for Russ. Okay, Tim is up in the tight match. Keep it on the lane this time, Tim. He does it crosses. He leaves the 5-pin. But I'm certain he would have been pleased with that shot a frame ago. So that gives him 140 through 8. Charles Winker strikes again, so he has a 3-bagger, so he has taken control in his match with Tim Williams. Chuck Grote does not convert the baby split in the 10th. He shoots 172. But as I said, he was well. He had that match wrapped up 2 frames ago. Greg Thomas converts the 6-pin. So his match with Julian has tightened up. Now Russ Hunt 10 back. Finally, last ball in the head for his 133. And Rhino Page, baby split in the 8th. So he has 165 through 7. Jeff Carroll could possibly have 135 through 7, but if he can strike, that still gives him 225 possible. Rhino has 245 possible if he converts this. If he doesn't, then that leaves him 235 possible, so it really does tighten that up. Brandon Mills just packed the hole, but left a 10-pin. So he's gone from being in control in his match to now trailing through 7 or through 8. and Rhino Page does convert. So he has 245 possible. Jeff Carroll has 225 possible. And Gio just flagged a 4-pin to shoot 171 and hand the match to Josh Link. Josh doubled in the 10th. Got 29, a double in 9 to shoot 180. Gio flagged a 4-pin in the 10th for 171. Okay, Kerry Schulin opened the 9th, struck first ball in the 10th. He's got a baby split in the second ball in the 10th. And he converts the baby split. So Kerry Schulin starts with a nice 232. Okay, Jeff Carroll struck the 7th, so he still has 225 possible. Rhino has 245 possible, so he's stayed in the game. He stayed in the game. He's still going to need some help from Rhino, but he hasn't shot himself out. Michael Hansen has shot 201. He is going to defeat Andy Kinney. Andy shoots 185. James Stephenson just struck the first ball in the 10th. He needs this one as well to defeat Todd Alred. Todd Alred shot 166. Corey Clayton can go off the sheet for 227, so he has the potential for a nice score plus the win. He is going to defeat Tim Rooney. Tim Rooney only has 167 possible. And Nick Bagaro misses the head pin for a 6 count. So these are important spares. If he converts it, it will give him a slight lead over Brandon going into the 10th. Brandon has the 3-9. Okay, and James has struck his second ball in the 10th. So all he needs is 3 pins to win his match. And Nick has converted his spare, as did Brandon. So Nick has a 4-pin lead going into the 10th frame. Charles Wilkins spares in the 10th. He has a possible 191. So if he strikes here, he will shut out Adam Silverthorne. Adam Silverthorne has a possible 190. A strike for Charles will give him 191. Big shot for Jeff Carroll. 10 back. So he puts some pressure on Rhino to strike here and maintain his advantage. James gets a 7 count. That is plenty. He wins 171 to 166. And Rhino Page rises to the occasion and does strike. Oh, Charles just left the super washout for 186. So Tim Williams can defeat him with the first two. Corey Clayton has won his match 227 to 165 over Tim Rooney. Tim gets the first strike in the 10th. Alex Hoskins 10 back. Greg Thomas 10 back. And it looks like Alex is going to defeat Adam Silverthorne. Adam Silverthorne gets 8 on the first ball. Julian shoots 150. He's going to go down in defeat to Greg Thomas. And Tim strikes again. He's going to be able to sneak this one out. That super washout by Charles, that last ball in the 10th, the count that it cost him, it may be enough. Tim needs 7 pins on this ball to sneak a victory. Nick Bagaro strikes. First ball in the 10th. 2 more and he can shut out Brandon. And Tim gets 7 to win by 1. 187, 186. He did throw his spare ball straight at the head pin. It went Brooklyn. He did manage to get 7 to win that match. Alex Hoskins defeats Adam Silverthorne 190 to 177. Nick Bagaro gets 8. So Brandon needs to double to win. And he goes through the face. Leaves the 3, 4, 6, 7. And Nick Bagaro will win his match with Brandon. Nick shoots 186. So the only match we have remaining is the Rhino Page Jeff Carroll match, and Rhino is well in control of that. It's going to take a big mistake in the 10th by Rhino. Brandon gets 1, so he shoots 165. And Rhino strikes. So and Jeff Carroll washes out, and it's the super washout plus. So he gets a 4 count on his first ball in the 10th. So Rhino Page has won that match. It's just a matter of score now. Rhino strikes again, so 1 more and he will shoot 245 to open. That will be a nice start for Rhino. going to be able to maybe distance himself a little bit. And Jeff Carroll only gets 3 on that second ball, so a total 7 count for 183 for Jeff to start. Rhino looks like is getting out another ball for his fill. Going to try something else to see if he can get lined up. While Rhino's getting ready to throw his last shot, I would again like to thank Classic Products, Storm Bowling Products, Alley Cat Lanes in Choteau, Montana, Wayne Carter, Glacier Wholesaler, Pepsi, Ravalli Fun Center in Hamilton, Montana, and Bernie Kuhn Sr. for sponsoring this tournament and the added money. Also, thank you to the bowlers here for attending. And Rhino gets a 7 count to finish for 242. Okay, match 1 is in the books. We're getting ready for match 2. For match 2, on lanes 1 and 2, we have Gio versus Michael Hansen. We have Todd Allard versus Tim Rooney, Charles Wilkin versus Alex Hoskins. On lanes 3 and 4, we have Josh Link against Andy Kinney, James Stephenson versus Corey Clayton, Tim Williams versus Adam Silverthorne. On 5 and 6, we have Mark Hodges versus Greg Thomas, Russ Hunt versus Brandon Wills, Kerry Shulin versus Jeff Carroll. On lanes 7 and 8, Tommy Crossgrave versus Julian Dullinger, Chuck Grote versus Nick Bagaro, Nolan Crossgrave versus Rhino Page. So it looks like we have some nice matches set up for this second go at things. Again, if you want to see the standings after match 1, Tournament Bowl, you can go to tournamentbowl.com. Hansen has started his second match with a split. So we'll see how it looks. Down here on 1 and 2, Kerry Shulin had a nice shot. Other than that, it was a little difficult. Thank you to the, if we have any individuals out there in Washington, the Spokane area bowlers are here. They're on this day of match play. So hopefully some viewers from Washington are checking it out. And also, please subscribe if you haven't. Thanks to Tom Crossgrave for doing this, the 406 Streaming, being able to bring you some of the action in these tournaments, these scratch tournaments, in these smaller houses in Montana are very well intended. The talent that comes in to compete is high quality, and it's so nice to be able to have an outlet where you can view what's going on and see what these bowlers are doing. Well, to start this second go-round, we have a few splits and a few strikes going down. Okay, all of the bowlers on lane 1 struck. Gio, Todd, and Charles all start the match with strikes. Corey Clayton has continued his ways on lanes 3 and 4. He starts with a strike, so he has a good look to start today on this medium pattern on the fresh. Oh, Tim Rooney has just flagged the 3-6. Gets one. Nice shot. Nice shot to start it. He is using urethane, it appears. It could be an IQ Tour, but I believe it's urethane. And Michael Hansen high again. So he's been high his first 2 shots on lane 1. Russ Hunt's off to a better start. He marked to start this one. And Gio 10 back. He starts with a double. So he also is off to a better start. His first match, he had 3 splits in the first 5 frames. He's off to a nice start in this one. Tim Williams hits the hole, leaves the 10 pin. It's a flat 10. Alright, so that the first set, there was a lot of feast or famine. A lot of matches that were close, but we did have a few that came down to the last ball. So hopefully we can up that total in this set and get a few more. Rhino's a big score. That first match helped him tremendously. He bumped up in the top 5. Kerry Schulin also, that 232 plus the victory has closed him in, has made a big move. If he can reproduce that here, that'll put him very much in the hunt for the rest of the day. Tim Rooney starts open strike, his match with Gio. Oh, I'm sorry, his match is with Todd Alred. My apologies. Charles looking starts with a double. His match against Alex Hoskins. Alex Hoskins just went high on lane 1. We'll see from lanes 1 and 2 are playing differently. They do a lot of times in this house. Rhino on lane 7 and 8 has not found things to be the same as they were on 3 and 4. Alex converts the spare. Josh Lee has left the super washout. So Josh split for an open his first frame. Now he leaves a super washout in the second frame. So if he is to open here, if he doesn't convert the super washout, that will give Andy Kinney an early lead. He's going to strike spare. And Michael Hansen is using urethane. He's using a purple hammer. And Josh did not convert the super washout. He gets 3 out of it. So he falls in an early hole in his match with Andy Kinney. And Gio goes high on lane 1. So I think lane 1 may be hooking a bit more than lane 2. Corey Clayton 10 back for a double to start the match. Michael Hansen converts, so he gets another spare. Brendan Wills has made a ball change. It looks like he's gone from a solid. He was potentially, I'm not exactly sure what he was using. It looked like it might have been a Nova. He's gone to something shiny. It looks like maybe a Motive ball. Gio converts his spare. looks like Julian Dollinger's using a Zen. Adam Silverthorne's using a Zen. Nice three-bagger to start for Todd Alred on 1 and 2 in his match with Tim Rooney. So Tim has the 2-8 standing. He's going to need to convert this or he's going to fall into a hole early. Chuck Grove just stuck and left the 2-8. Tim, nice conversion on the 2-8, so it's not going to fall much deeper in. Jeff Carroll just throws a strike after the split he had in the first frame to keep things, to keep pace with Kerry Schuler. Tim Williams 10 back, so he left that flat 10 the first frame, but this one lane 3 was just 10 back. So he stays close early with Adam. Charles Woken 10 back. So he starts also with a early three-bagger against Alex Hoskins. And Alex is dead flush, yeah. So I believe that 1 is playing. It's hooking a little more than 2. 2 seems to be just a bit tighter. Andy Kinney just strikes. Michael Hansen with a very nice shot on lane 1, a nice strike. Nolan Crosby has started his third match with 3 consecutive splits. Gio 10 back. So he's off to an early lead in this match with Michael Hansen. Rhino through the face, so he has not found the range. Corey Clayton, wide right, leaves the washout. So this is going to give James Stephenson a little bit of an opening. It looks like James Stephenson is also throwing a Zen. So that seems to be the most popular ball to start the day. And Corey does not convert the washout. He does get 3. So that match is going to get a little bit closer. James Stephenson has the 2-7-8. Tim Rooney just flagged the 7-pin on lane 1. So he's falling into a hole to Todd Alred early, who just converts the 2-pin. So see if James Stephenson can convert the 2-7-8. And he does not. Russ Hunt opens the third. He's spare strike to start this match, so he is a little ahead of the first game. And Alex does not strike on lane 1. He does not have it dialed in yet. Lane 2 he's dialed in, lane 1 not quite. Charles Wilkin gets another strike, so he has a 4-bag. And Tim Williams strikes. Yeah, we have Charles. Charles with that 4-bagger. He's using a Jackal Ghost right now, and it has a nice shape. He's got a nice look with that ball. And Gio converts the 3-6-10 on lane 1 to maintain his lead with Michael. Michael has left the 2-4-10. Corey Clayton a flat 10. He is still in control of that match just by a little bit. That's another defensive struggle. Todd Alred's up on 1. He crosses and leaves the 5-pin. He is still in control. He's got 98 through 4. Tim Rooney on 2 has 57 through 4. Corey Clayton dead on the 10-pin. In Shoto a couple of weeks ago, he was not that consistent at the 10. This morning, that looks like it's much tighter. He's been flush on all the 10-pin spares. Tim Rooney finally gets a strike to stop the bleeding for him. Very welcome, I'm sure, for him. Jim Stephenson strikes. He needed that after the 2 splits. Brandon Wills spares to stay clean through 4. He has a slight lead in his match with Russ Hunt. Alex Hoskins just rung a 10 on lane 2. Terry Shulin leaves a single pin, so he only has 1 strike this match. 5 and 6 approved, a little more difficult for him than 1 and 2 win. Charles just went through the nose to leave the 3, 4, 6, 7. Hey, Tim Williams has a chance to get a 3-bagger here. And it goes high and leaves the 3-10. Alex converts the spare, so he's clean through 5. And Charles does not get any on the 6, so 6 out in the 5th on that 4-bagger hurts a little bit. Gives him 108 in the 5th. Alex has a possible 99 in the 5th, so that match has tightened with that open by Charles. Mark Hodges strikes. Gio high for a 4-pin. He has 106 through 5. And Michael Hansen has 74 through 5. So Gio's still well in control of that match. Tim Williams converts the baby split. So he has 68 through 3. And he has 68 through 3. And Adam Silverthorne is still on a 4-bagger. Gio converts the single pin. So he maintains his lead. Andy Kinney has pocket 7-10. The messenger kicks the 10 out right at the end. So he just has to shoot at the 7-pin. Rooney cannot double. Coming cross screen, Julian Dillinger in a tight match on 7 and 8. It's less than a 10-point match. Just left the 3-pin. Julian's up. Todd Allen on 1, super washout. And Julian strikes. So he has a strike up. If Tommy converts here, he'll have a spare up. Tommy does lead by 9. But Julian will be able to double and take charge of that. James Stephenson does not convert the spare, so he has 65 through 5. Nick Bavaro with a 3-bagger in his match with Chuck Grote. He was trailing, but that 3-bagger has evened things up and actually given him a slight lead. Terry Schulen has just shot the 6 off the 10 in his match. His opponent, Jeff Carroll, has a 4-bagger going, so Kerry, unlike the first match where he was in control beginning to end, and this match is in a bit of a hole, he's going to have to find something. Alex Hoskins converts the 7-pin to stay within 10. Charles tries to get a 10-pin up. Corey Clayton, another solid conversion on the 10-pin. So yes, like I said earlier, the 10-pin conversion problems he had in Shoto are gone. There's nothing but solid on the 10 all day today. Greg Thomas threw a beautiful shot to get a 3-bagger in his match with Mark Hodges. He is in control of that match. Gio gets a strike. And they want him to stay in control of his match with Michael Hansen. Adam Silverthorne very light and leaves the 2-7. So his 4-bagger comes to an end with a split. Brandon Will strikes, and that That time he threw the Nova. I believe it's a Nova. It was flush. That gives him a double, and that closes things up a little bit. Or I'm sorry, it keeps him in control. That Russ Hunt has struck for a three-bagger. So Russ and Brandon are in a match that's just separated by a handful of pins. Jeff Carroll's four-bagger comes to the end in the sixth with an 8 count. It was a little high, up to 3-6. Oh, Josh Link, 2-4-8-10. He is definitely in trouble versus Andy Kinney. Todd Allred converts his spare, stays in front by almost 30 pins in his match. Corey Clayton 10 back, very nice shot. He stays in control in his match with James Stephenson. Tim Rooney does not convert the 3-6-10, so he has 103 through 7. Josh Link gets 3 of the 4 on the 2-4-8-10. And he is in a little bit of trouble with 4 frames to go. Jeff Carroll converts his spare to maintain control in his match with Kerry Schuler. Charles Wilkin just 10 back, nice flush shot. He is still in control with Alex Hoskins. Alex really needs a strike here to keep in touch. Alex does strike, so he stays in touch with Charles. Rhino Page has still not found any consistency down on 7 and 8. Adam Silverthorne is throwing a lot of strikes on 3 and 4. Greg Thomas for a strike on 6. That gives him a 4-bagger. And he is in control over Mark Hodges. Rhino Page just struck on 8. So with a strike up, he's trailing. Oh, I'm sorry, he is not trailing. He is up by 10 in his match with Nolan Crosskrew. Julian Dollinger with a strike. He is leading his match with Tommy Crosskrew. Tim Williams just struck. Oh, a nice shot. Gio just converted the 3-4-6-7 to stay ahead in his match with Michael Hansen. Michael Hansen is making a run. He does have a 3-bagger. Brandon Wills gets a 9 count. That gives him 109 through 5. Russ Hunt with a strike here will have 108 through 5. Howard strikes. He's in control. Russ Hunt does not strike, leaves the 4-10. Chuck Grote does not strike. His match with Nick Bagara was very tight. Corey Clayton, very nice shot, 10 back for a double. He's in full control of his match with James Stephenson. Charles Wilkin, great shot. Dead flush. He has a double. Alex now is going to have to respond. Russ Hunt did not convert that split. He opens, so he has 134 through 7. Brandon has 129 through 6 with a spare up in the 7th, so he has a 10-pin lead, give or take. James Stephenson just crossed for a Brooklyn. Gives him 85 through 6. Chuck Grote did not convert his spare. So in his match with Nick Bagaro, that puts Nick with a slight lead with 2 frames to go. Adam Silverthorne just went Brooklyn, left the 10-pin. Tim Williams with a strike here can take the lead. Rhino Page goes high. So he still has not gotten dialed in. Down on 7 and 8, and he is in a very tight match with Nolan Foster. Gio strikes on lane 1. That gives him 166 through 8. Michael Hansen has 74 through 5, a 4-bagger up. So that match is tight. That match is pretty much dead even going into the 10th. It's going to come down to the end. That's a great match we have going on between Jokinez and Michael Hansen. Tim Williams left the 2-4-8. And he did not convert it. He left the 4-pin standing, and that really hurts. If he converts that, his match with Adam is pretty much even. Now he's going to trail a little bit with 3 to play in that one. Josh Link goes high, leaves a 4-pin. He's really in a little bit of trouble now. If Andy Kinney strikes here, it's going to be close to over for that one. Alex Hoskins strikes. That gives him a 3-bagger. He is still hanging on in his match with Charles. Charles is up now. Charles goes high, splits, leaves a 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. So that hurts in count. That gives him 153 through 7. Alex has 146 through 7 and a strike up in the 9th. So this is a big conversion for Charles. He's going to have to convert. Gio, very light, gets 9, the first ball in the 10th. Oh, and Charles does not convert. So he's 8 out in the 9th. So he has 179, 209 is what is possible for Charles. And Alex has 238 possible. Okay, that mix by Gio, the non-strike for 12-10. Could haunt him. Michael can strike now, start the 10. To go in front. This is a big shot for Michael. And it hit was just slightly light, and he leaves the 10. So he has 163 through 8 with a strikeout. Gio has 186 through 9 with a spare up in the 10. So Gio has 206 possible. Michael has 203 possible at this point. Oh, Tim Williams just left the 2-4-8-10 in a very tight match with Adam Silverthorne. Michael converts. So Gio needs 8 pins here to shut Michael out. Nick Bagaro just left the super washout, did not convert. He's got 167 through 9. Chuck Grote has a spare up and 154 through 8. Gio gets 9. That's enough to shut out. That's enough to shut out Michael. That was a great match. Came down to the last ball. Tim does not convert the 2-4-8-10. Michael again, a mile, the 10 falls late for Michael. He shoots 203. Michael shoots 203 to lose by 2 to Gio. That great match. Todd Alred, 210. First ball in the 10th, but he cannot lose. He has Tim Rooney shut out. Rhino finally solid in the hole. That gives him 134 through 8. Tim Rooney 6 count to start the 10th. Andy Kinney strikes in the 9th. He is well in control over Josh Link. He has Josh shut out. And Todd Alred does not convert. That gives him 196. Brandon Will strikes in the 9th. So that puts pressure on Russ Hunt after those 2 consecutive splits. He absolutely has to strike in the 9th to keep any kind of pressure on Brandon. And he throws it in the ditch. Charles Wilkin misses the head pin right. His first ball in the 10th. Best he can shoot is 199. Alex Hoskins should be able to win that match. Jeff Carroll misses the head pin right. He has 174 through 8. .205 is the best Carey can shoot. So if Jeff converts this, it's going to make it very different. And Russ Hunt again throws the ball in the gutter. So he gets 0 out in the 9th frame. 142 through 9, 172 is the best he can shoot. Brandon Wills is going to win that match. Charles Wilkin opens the 10th, so he will shoot 196. That's a disappointing finish. I'm sorry, not 196. He will shoot 188. So that's a disappointing finish. He had a double through 7 and 8, and then super washout 9, or a split in 9. Sorry, not the super washout, and then an open in the 10th. So a match that he was looking to have a shot at winning, faded at the end. Adam Silverthorne strikes in the 9th. Gary Shulin has changed balls. Tim Rooney picked up the washout. 10th, so he has a possible 163. Julian Bellinger strikes. To shoot 185. To, it looks like 181 by Tommy Crosker. I'm not sure. I cannot see the score that well. Tim Rooney strikes to finish. He shoots 163, but that is a loss to Todd Alred. Joshling through the face. 3-4-7-10. So Tim Williams is going to win his match against Joshling. Chuck Grote chops the 3 off the 3-6-10. Now if Nick Bagaro marks, he will be able to defeat Chuck Grote. Josh Link only gets 1. Nick Bagaro does get the spare. He converts the 10 pin. Tim Williams converts the 3-6-10. Alex Hoskins left the 2-8, converted it. He is going to win his match against Charles Wilkin. He has a possible 216. Greg Thomas just struck. He's well in control. He has a possible 249 in his match with Mark Hodges. Nick Bagaro gets 5 for 182. He will defeat Chuck Grote 182 to 179. Alex Hoskins strikes on his last ball for 216, so he defeats Charles Wilkins 216 to 188. Greg Thomas defeats Mark Hodges 248 to 173. And Russ Hunt strikes. Nolan Croskery gets his spare. Shoot 163. And Randall Page has a spare. He does need to convert. And he does. So that will be enough to defeat Nolan Croskery. Tim Williams strikes. First ball in the 10th. It's going to be too little too late for him, I'm afraid. James Stephenson shot 150. Corey Clayton strikes the first ball in the 10th. So he still has 240s possible. Brandon Wills left the 3, 6, 9, 10. And he does not convert. However, he was in no danger of losing that match. He shoots 182. To defeat Russ Hunt. Russ Hunt shoots 172 to lose, 182 to 172. And in the 9th, remember, he had 2 balls in the ditch. Loses by 10. And Corey Clayton goes high, leaves the 3-pin, so he has a possible 230s game. Jeff Carroll strikes. Yeah, he has Kerry Shulin shut out. Tim Williams shoots 191. And that is not going to be enough against Adam Silverthorne. Andy Kinney did defeat Josh Link 217 to 131. Jeff Carroll, another strike. A strong game by Jeff. He's going to get the victory and the bonus pins. Rhino Page defeated Nolan Croskery 172 to 163. Corey Clayton did shoot 232, so he easily won that match with Russ Hunt. Jeff Carroll leaves the big 4 his last ball to shoot 220. Kerry Shulin is trying another ball, made a ball change to a gem, it looks like. He does strike with it to shoot 170, but he will be defeated by Jeff Carroll. So as soon as Adam Silverthorne throws his last shot, we will be on to match 3. And Adam gets the spare to shoot 222. So that was a big set for Corey Clayton. It's going to move him up the standings. Alex Hoskins also helped himself. Josh Link, that hurt, losing and only shooting 130. In this next match, on lanes 1 and 2, we have Josh Link versus Greg Thomas, James Stephenson versus Brandon Wills, Tim Williams versus Jeff Carroll. On lanes 3 and 4, we have Tommy Croskery versus Michael Hansen, Chuck Grote versus Tim Rooney, Nolan Croskery versus Alex Hoskins. On lanes 5 and 6, we have Andy Kinney versus Julian Dullinger, Corey Clayton versus Nick Bagaro, Adam Silverthorne versus Rhino Page. Lanes 7 and 8, Mark Hodges versus Gio, Russ Hunt versus Todd Alred, Kerry Shulin versus Charles Wilkin. So in that last match, in match 2, Gio helped his cause moving up. So did Michael Hansen. He didn't get the 30 bonus pins, but he didn't score poorly. Josh Link, that 130 game and no bonus pins, that's going to allow a lot of people to close in. Todd Alred also helped his cause to move up toward that cut line. Kerry Shulin, on the other hand, after making that big move up to leaderboard early, after that first match, hurt himself. Not a big game and no bonus pins. to help his cause. Adam Silverthorne helped his cause. Decent game, bonus pins, so he's going to move up. Okay, as we start this third match, again, I'd like to remind you, if you haven't subscribed, please do so. Hope you're enjoying the bowling today. We've seen some good bowling out here. Also like to thank the sponsors: Classic Products, Storm, Bowling Products, Alley Cat Lanes in Shona, Montana, Wayne Carter, Glacier Wholesaler, Pepsi, the Valley Fun Center in Hamilton, Montana, and Bernie Coons Sr. Also, thank you to Bernie Coons Jr. for operating tournamentbowl.com. And remember, if you want to check the standings, see what the scores are, you certainly can do that by going to tournamentbowl.com, looking for the scratch tournament here in Ronan, Montana. A big thanks to Tim and Lisa Corbett for running this. Some of the best bowlers in the Northwest. This is a high-quality field. It's really, amazing that in a small 8-lane house, like in Shoto a couple weeks ago, 6-lane house, you can get a field of this quality. Nice high-caliber bowling, which, again, reaffirms that bowling may be alive and well in Montana. And there was, as I said when we started the day, I didn't see much urethane on the racks. I didn't see many people throwing urethane. At this point in the day, the urethane is almost non-existent. It looks like Gio is still throwing urethane, and I believe Alex is still throwing urethane. But I'm not sure anyone else is. Adam Silverthorne, pocket 710. Nolan cross screen, 10 back. Very nice shot on lanes 3 and 4. Rhino Page washes out. Josh Link struck the first frame and then just left a flat 10 second frame. So he's off to a better start. He's off to a better start this match. Oh, Michael Hansen just had an incredibly bad break. He threw the ball in the hole and the 2-pin moved almost to the 4-pin spot but did not go down. So as we get started here in this third match, your top 5 right now are Alex Hoskins, Corey Clayton, Rhino Page, Andy Kinney, and Josh Link. So Josh Link went from leading to 5th in that last match. So a big turnaround there. Jeff Carroll, Greg Thomas, they are less than 10 off of the cut line. Greg Thomas just picked up the 210 Beautiful conversion on lane 1. Gio, his first game score hurt him. That last match helped to get him within 50 of the cut line, and Todd Alvarez within 56. The other bowls, Michael Hansen on down, 10th on down, really need to do something significant here soon to start to get closer to that cut line to the top 5. Andy Kinney just missed a 10 pin. Tim Williams strikes in the second frame. That's helpful for him in his match against Jeff Carroll. Jeff has a strike up. That ball he threw to the left, leaves a 3-pin. Clayton just converted a 4-pin. Tim Rooney converted a 4-pin. So far to start the third match, there aren't as many splits, a few more conversions, a few more strikes that are starting early, so things may soon start to open up. Greg Thomas with a strike. Rhino Page was light, leaving a 6-pin. His first shot, or second shot, that was in the second frame. Russ Hunt is off to a much better start this match. After his day got off to a very slow start. Josh Link also much better this match than he was the last. Starting strike, spare strike. Kerry Shulin just threw a washout in his match with Charles Wilkins. Charles Wilkins split the first round but struck the second. So a double here from Chuck and then open Kerry will really even things up. Brandon Wills just threw one through the face, leaving a 3-pin. He is clean so far in this game though. And that is just crucial. You've got to stay clean. Stay out of trouble. Connect some strikes when you can. Kerry Shulin did not convert the washout. James Stephenson went left, leaving just the 5-pin. Julian gets a strike. So he started off strike, spare strike. And the miss by Andy Kinney puts him at a deficit in that match. Gio has a chance to double here and take an early lead in his match. And he does it. Flat 10. Not a bad shot. But again, staying clean. Tim Rooney's been struggling today. He's on 3 and 4 right now, and still has not found a comfortable line to the pocket. And he kitty strikes. So that miss in the second frame. You know, it would be an even match, but he's got a 12-pin deficit with that miss. Mark Hodges is unable to strike, so he can't take advantage of the little bit of opening Gio gave him. Jeff Carroll almost rolls the 2-pin late, not quite. And Gio just missed a 10-pin. So if Mark Hodges converts to spare, that will make that match dead even, and Mark does. So there, the Mark Hodges Gio Quinez match is dead even. Oh, Tim Williams, a little light in the pocket and pays just a huge penalty, leaving the 7-10. And at the same time on lane 3, Nolan Krosky goes high Brooklyn and carries. So you have Tim's light pocket hit, leaves a 7-10. Nolan has the high Brooklyn that carries. Just the cruelty of the game of bowling right there. Oh, Tim almost kicks the 10 out, but to no avail. It's an open frame. That shot was better than the result. Better than the result, certainly. Rhino Page struck. And Russ Hunt struck. So Russ now, he has a 3-bagger. Spared the first frame. 3-bagger now. He's got things working. Josh Link just struck for a double. So he's got things working this game as well. Michael Hansen strikes. Put some pressure on Tommy Cross. Tommy has an open in the second. He had a split. So he really needs to strike here to keep pace with Michael. Greg Thomas just dead flush. And Tommy collapses it late. Gets a good break, doubles to stay in touch. Oh, Adam Silverthorne, very fortunate to leave just the 6-10. Mark Hodges has the 1-2-6 to shoot at. He really needs to convert this. Oh, my mistake. That is not Mark shooting at that. Mark was on his first frame, first ball. He does strike. Kerry Shulin had 1-2-6. Did not convert it, and now he is at a huge deficit to Charles Wilkin. Gio strikes in his match with Mark Hodges, so that match is still dead even. Russ Hunt has an opportunity here to take early control in his match with Todd Alred. Brandon Wills went high left the 4-pin, but again, if he converts here, he stays clean. 9 spare. Just don't put yourself in trouble. James Stevenson hasn't been able to find the pocket yet. And Brandon does have a lead by staying clean. And James there does. It's a light hit. He does carry. So to maintain control, Brandon does need to pick this up. Alex Hoskins, beautiful shot on lane 3. He has a 4-bagger to start his match. Nolan needs to strike to stay even with to stay even with Alex. Julian converts his spare. So he is still ahead in his match with Andy as a result of Andy's missed spare. Nolan does not strike. He leaves a 4-pin. Nick Bagero strikes. It looks like he's using a Crux Prime right now. Kerry Schulin converts his spare. Oh, Tim Williams, 2-8-10. So he is off to just a rough start in this match. 3 splits in the first 4 frames. Tommy Crosscree, light hit, had the 2-8-10 standing, and it collapsed out. Jeff Carroll did not convert the 3-9. It's an open frame from him, but with Tim Williams' struggles, he still remains in the lead in that match. Rhino Page was high, left the 6-pin. So that match is still very tight, his match with Adam Silverthorne. Oh, Chuck Rowe, nice ball, 10 back. He's in control in his match. Gio converts the 4-7 to keep in touch. Mark Hodges has a double in that match. He does have a 10-pin lead plus a strike up at this point in time. Greg Thomas missed right. The ball hung a little bit and did not finish. He leaves the 2-4-10. Yeah, that ball did not finish. When it went out there, it did just hang. That was on lane 2. Josh Lincoln versus spare to most likely go ahead. If Greg does not convert this 2-4-10, Josh will have the lead in that match. Julian misses right. Still does have the lead in his match with Andy Kinney. Andy Kinney strikes. Julian needs to convert to maintain control. Tim Rooney leaves the baby split, again not having a great day. Julian converts his spare, so he still holds the lead. Corey Clayton needs this strike to keep with Nick Bagaro. And it's flush, he gets it. Brandon crosses over and leaves the 9-pin. And Nick is coming up in the 5th frame. Looking for a strike to stay out in front. In his match, Corey Clayton. And Nick does strike, so he has a 4-bagger. He spared the first frame and has a 4-bagger. James Stephenson spares in his match with Brandon to keep close. Brandon needs to convert this. If he doesn't, Then that match will be all even. And Brandon does convert, so nice conversion there. Kerry Schuling converts his spare, so that match stays. Close. His match with Charles Wilson. Alex Hoskins is dead flush. Nothing but strikes in the first 5 frames. Nolan Croskrey just has 1 blemish, a 9 spare in those first 5. Rhino Page. Oh, he kicks out the 7 late. It looks like to leave just the 3-9. Michael Hansen carries. Tommy Croskrey can strike here to even up his match with Michael Hansen. Okay, Gio really needs a strike here to put some pressure on Mark. And it crosses, leaves him the 10 pin. Tommy Croskrey. He's got a 4-bagger now. And he is slightly ahead in his match. Oh, Greg Thomas, flat 10. Jeff Carroll converts the baby split. Helps him keep in front of Tim Williams. Okay, Gio did convert that 10 pin. Mark Hodges has a chance here to throw a 3-bagger and put Gio a little bit in a hole. Julian just washed out, so his slim lead could be in danger. Mark Hodges half rack, so he gets a 5 count on that double. Josh Link right through the face. 3, 6, 7, 10. So his match against Greg Thomas just got a lot closer. Mark Hodges converts the half rack, so that allows him to maintain a slight lead over Gio. And Josh Link converts the 3, 6, 7, 10. It's a big conversion. That keeps him in front of Greg Thomas by a handful of pins. Brandon Wills coming up here in the 6th frame. He has a slight lead over James Stephenson. And he wiggles the 7, but it does not go down. Nolan Croskrey crosses and leaves a 5 pin. So Alex Hoskins can put a little distance. You know, even though Nolan's blowing great this game, Alex, by striking here, throwing a 6-bagger, can really put Nolan a little bit in a deficit. Nick Bagaro is lined up. He has a 5-bagger. He is in control in his match with Corey Clayton. Alex Hoskins, another strike. He has 6. Corey Clayton solid on the 4-pin. His spares were dialed in today. He's looking good there. Nolan spares, but right now Alex is putting a hurting on him. Brandon Wills just missed a 7-pin in a very tight match with James Stephenson. That could come back to haunt him easily. He's had a 9 count every first ball, the first 6 frames, and then there he does not convert the 7-pin. James Stephenson leaves a 3-pin right through the face, so he has a chance to spare here and make this match pretty much even. Tom Croskrey goes through the nose. He's the 3, 4, 6, 7. Jeff Carroll light, leaving the 2, 8. Charles Wilkin leaving a 10 pin. We have in this match, other than a couple of matches, things are pretty tight across the board in this third match of the day. And James Stephenson does convert the 3 pin, but it wasn't dead solid. So things are pretty even. I give James just a slightly. Tommy does not convert, only gets 1 off of that. So he has 138 through 7. Michael Hansen has 108 in the 5th with a strike up in the 6th. Let's see what he does here in the 7th. He leaves the 2 pin, but if he converts that, that's going to give him the lead in that match with Tommy Crossgreen. Okay, Mike Williams coming up here, absolutely needs to strike. And he comes back so late, leaves the 2-4, 8-10 yet again. So in this particular match, in the first 6 frames, Tim Williams has 4 splits in the first 6 of this game. Andy Kinney with a much needed strike. That match, Julian and Andy, very close. Oh, and Tim gets no count. So 6 out. He has 68 through 6. Nick Messenger takes the 10. 6 bagger for Nick. So he spared the first frame, then he has strikes through 7. He is very much in control of his match with Corey Clayton. And Corey Clayton is not throwing a weak game. Greg Thomas just left a 10 pin. He is down in his match with Josh Link by 9 pins. Josh has a strike up in the 7th. If Greg converts her, he'll have a spare up in the 7th. Russ Hunt with a strike. So he is leading Todd Allred in his match. Greg Thomas with the spare. So that match is going to come down to the last 3 frames. Nolan threw a shot he did not like. It crossed. He left the 6 pin. So he has 138 through 6. Alex Hoskins, however, has strikes through 6. James Stephenson with an 8 count. So he leads Brandon Wills 105, 104 through 6. Alex Hoskins strikes again, so he has the front 7. Adam Silverthorne with an 8 count. So that match is tight. His match with Rhino is tight. Nolan converts the spare. So Nolan is clean through 7, 138 in the 6th, and trailing considerably. James Stephenson gets the spare. And Brandon got a half rack, so he has this 5 count to clean up to stay even with James. And he does not. He leaves 2, so he falls behind James. Mark Hodges had a strike up against Gio, but only gets a 6 count. So that allows Gio to stay in touch. Let's see what Gio does in his 9th frame. He has a spare up. He is trailing Mark by a handful of pins. solid 9 pin. Jeff Carroll light leaves a 7 pin. Mark Hodges gets the spare. So if Gio converts his spare, he will trail by 8 going in. Tim Williams misses the head pin, leaves the 1-2. Gio converts his spare. So he trails Mark Hodges by 8 going into the 10th. Michael Hansen converts the 2-8. So Andy Kinney has 228 possible. Michael Hansen has 226 possible, so that one's going to come down to that. Chuck Grote just missed the 3-6-10 in the 8th. But he has 161 through 8. His opponent, Tim Roney, has 212 possible. So he has to strike here. He has to strike here. Tim threw a great shot, 10 back. So he's just hanging on, barely in this match. Corey Clayton converts the 2-8. Josh Link strikes. So he's stretching out a little bit over Greg Thomas. Nolan Croskrey with a strike. He has bowled such a beautiful match. And, you know, he has 158 through 7. Strike up. Possible 248. And he's in a huge deficit. Kerry Shulin leaves a weak 8. James Stephenson goes high. Fortunate just to leave the 4 pin. Alex, solid 9. So his bid for 300 ends in the 8th frame. Throws the front 7. Leaves a 9 pin. Bit of an unfortunate break. Adam Silverthorne with a strike. Greg Thomas left the 2-8-10. He is 9 out. So he has 140 in the 8th. He has a possible 200. He is at a considerable deficit to Josh Ling. Charles Wilkins is in a very tight match. Well, I guess not extremely tight, but he's in a tight match. He does have the lead over Kerry Shulin, but it's tight. All right, now we have Gio coming up, first ball in the 10th. He really needs to strike here, and he does. That puts the pressure on Mark. Gio has a possible 192. Mark has a possible 200. Brandon goes left, carries. He has a possible 202. James Stephenson has a possible 204. Okay, Mark Hodges, the ball's away, and he does not strike. He gets 9. So 189 is the best. That Mark can shoot. So this ball right here by Gio, a strike, he can get a victory. No strike, it's a loss. Rhino Page just left the 3679. Okay, here's Gio's shot. It's away, and it is a strike. Hodges converts the spare. So as I said, 189 possible for Mark, 192 possible for Gio. So he needs 8 on this shot to win. Nick Bagaro Messenger misses. That stops his run of strikes in the 9th. He is well in control of that match with Corey Clayton, even though Corey's bowled a clean game. Okay, Gio needs 8 to win. And he strikes. So 192 shuts out Mark Hodges. Josh Link strikes again. He is going to win his match with Greg Thomas. And Mark gets 9, so he shoots 188, loses to Giorgio's 192. That was a great match. Todd Alred strikes. He has a possible 195. He's shut out already. Russ Hunt has shut him out. Brandon goes through the nose, leaves the 3-6-10. He has a possible 182 if he converts this. Chuck Grote strikes. So he maintains control in his match with Tim Rooney. Rhino Page just went through the nose and left the 6-7. And he is in trouble in his match with Adam Silverthorne. Alra gets 9. He has a possible 185. As I said, Russ Hunt way in control of that. Brandon converts the 3-6-10. Possible 182 for him. Tim Williams needs this strike. Absolutely has to have it. And he gets it. Puts a little bit of heat on Jeff. He still is down by 25 in this match. And Jeff leaves the baby split. So this one isn't necessarily over. This one, if Jeff converts this, it certainly is going to help him. But a miss here, and that lead that he had late just is going to disappear. Greg Thomas crosses and carries. Okay, Russ Hunt shot 244 to Todd Alred's 184. Nice strike by Adam. Krosky crosses and carries. He has a 194 possible. Kerry Schulen strikes his first ball in the 10th. Charles Wilkin has a possible 182. Kerry has a possible 181. Okay, Charles picks up his spare. A strike shuts out Kerry. Kerry's up. He needs to strike here. If he doesn't, it is over. And he does not. So Charles is going to win that match. Greg tried a different ball in the 10th here. Splits, leaves the 3, 6, 7, 10. Tommy comes in light, leaves the 2, 5. And Charles strikes, wouldn't have mattered. Kerry could have done anything, still would have lost the match. He doesn't convert the spare. He shoots 170. Charles shoots 182 to win. And Josh Link has had a huge turnaround this game from the last game. It's going to help him in the standings. That ground that he lost, he'll be able to make some of it up now. Julian split the 10th and missed. He was even going in. His opponent, Andy Kinney, doubled start, so Andy Kinney is going to win that match. Okay, Greg Thomas shot 183. Josh Link is going to defeat him. Michael Hansen gets 8. He shoots 202. He defeats Tommy Croskrey 202 to 182. Chuck Grote gets 9. He can shoot 201. Tim can shoot 191. So Charles can convert here to shut Tim out. Tim strikes. Garl leaves a 7-pin. Andy Kinney defeated Julian Dollinger 201 to 180. James Stevenson strikes. He's going to shut out Brandon. Corey Clayton strikes. He has a possible 216, but he cannot catch Nick. Tim Rooney strikes again. So he's too little too late. Chuck just needs 1. Okay, Josh shot 242, so that certainly gains what he lost. 242 plus the 30 bonus. Chuck finishes with a strike, so he shoots 201. James Stephenson leaves a 2-pin. He can convert it for 193. Nick Bagaro shoots 257. And defeats Corey Clayton. Corey shot a clean 204. Brandon changed balls again, I believe, to that motive he has. It slid by, leaves the 124, finishes with 167. And James Stephenson shoots 193. Okay, Tim Rooney did get to 191, but it was just too little too late. Dug too big of a hole early. Ends up losing by 10 to Chuck Grote. Jeff Carroll through the nose, leaves the 3-6. He has a possible 161. Tim Williams has a possible 178. So that split in the ninth for Jeff was very costly. The miss also of the 2-8 and the 6 was costly. Tim needs this strike. He is throwing urethane ice throwing. Well, he missed the head pin right. Leaves the 1-2. So he has 156 possible. Jeff has 161 possible. Jeff needs to convert this spare. And he does. The 3-6 gets converted. So he just needs 3 pins, 4 pins. Oh, yes, 7 pins. Sorry, 6 or 7 pins. Did the math wrong. Okay, Tim converts. Okay, Rhino Page leaves the 8 pin. And he is going to lose his match with Adam Silverthorne. Best he can shoot is 167. Adam Silverthorne can shoot 216. Alex finishes by leaving the 8-10. Okay, Jeff made a ball change. Left the 3, 6, 7, 10 for 157. That is barely enough. Tim gets 156. So he wins that match 157, 156. Nolan shoots 203. But can't touch Alex's 265. Alex did change balls and try a strike shot. He did not attempt to convert. That 265 should put Alex out in front by a bit. Adam Silverthorne just shot 213. To 167 for Rhino. And that ends match number 3. So for match number 4, which will be the halfway point today, on lanes 1 and 2, we have Julian Dollinger against Gio Canez, Nick Bagaro versus Todd Alred, Rhino Page versus Charles Wilkin. On lanes 3 and 4, we have Andy Kinney versus Mark Hodges, Corey Clayton versus Russ Hunt, Adam Silverthorne versus Kerry Shulin. On lanes 5 and 6, we have Tommy Croskrey versus Josh Link, Chuck Grote versus James Stephenson, and Nolan Croskrey versus Tim Williams. On lane 7 and 8, we have Michael Hansen versus Greg Thomas, Tim Rooney versus Brandon Wills, Alex Hoskins versus Jeff Carroll. Now, Corey Clayton's been throwing the ball very well today. Russ Hunt threw it well that last game, so that could be an interesting match. Alex Hoskins has been throwing the ball very well. Jeff Carroll threw it well the last game, better than he had earlier, striking more. He's been, very accurate on spares, but striking more. So that could also be a tight match. Again, I'd like to thank the sponsors: Classic Products, Storm Products, Alley Cat Lanes and Shoto, Wayne Carter, Glacier Wholesaler, Pepsi, Ravalli Fun Center in Hamilton, Montana, Bernie Kuhn Sr. for sponsorship in this tournament. Also thanks to Bernie Coons Jr. for tournamentbowl.com. Remember, if you want to look at scores, look at the standings. Tournament Bowl is the place to go. Also thanks to Tom Krosky for 406 streaming and giving you this opportunity. If you haven't subscribed, please do so. It's very helpful. I hope that you're enjoying the bowling. Got some great bowlers out here today on difficult conditions, bowling well. Some good matches, pressure shots, so some great stuff for you to see. About halfway through batch 3, a little more urethane came back out on the lane, so transition's getting a little tricky. Caused some people to go away from reactive a little bit. It's interesting to see what happens here in match number 4. Okay, after that third match, Josh Link has moved back up to second. Oh, Julian Dollinger just picked up a nice 210. Josh Link moved back up to second, so got himself out of that danger zone. Rhino Page is now in that danger zone, sitting down there in 5th place. So your top 5 is Alex Hoskins, Josh Link, Corey Clayton, Andy Kinney, Rhino Page. Corey Clayton finished in the top 5 in Shoto a couple weeks ago in the 6-lane house there against the strong field. He's also bowling well today and sitting in the top 5. So all of you in Calgary, cheer him on. Jeff Carroll, Greg Thomas, Gio, Adam Silverthorne, and Michael Hansen are all pretty close to the top 5. Nick Bugaro made a run and has gotten himself into sniffing distance, and he just threw a nice shot for a strike there.
Okay. Yeah, it's right there. I'll throw it. Your stuff is right where my bag was at, right? Yeah, it's just on the road. Yeah, I know where it's at. Okay. Yeah, it's just the little black stand-up rollers. It's got Stu written right on it. Oh, okay. This is I'll remember like these two. Yeah.
And Nick Biguero's got a good look right now, and he is throwing a hustle, USA hustle, and it's great shape. He scored really well that last game. That may be his savior. That ball could help him rise up here in the next few games of match play. Rhino Page was just 10 back. Alex Hoskins is down on 7 and 8, and he didn't earlier today. He had a little issue toward that end of the house, and right now, first ball through the face, leaving the 6-10. Oh, Todd Allred just missed converting the 1-2-4-8. As hot as Nick's been, he really needs that. Gio lucky to not leave a pocket 7-10. 7 fell late, leaves just the 10. Charles Wilkins, solid. Corey Clayton a little high leaving the 4-pin, but he has been all around the pocket today. Of all of the bowlers, as they've moved pair to pair, Corey's been the one that's been able to just be around the pocket consistently, no matter where they were. Alex, Josh, throwing some really big games. Kerry Shulin threw a big game. But as they change pairs, it's been feast or famine. Rhino Page, same thing. So it really is going to be interesting to see how this plays out over these next few games. Corey again solid. Knocks the 4-pin down. In the first 2 frames, there are I only see 2 splits up on the scoreboard, so that's a much welcome change from earlier. James Stephenson just missed the 3, 6, 9, 10. Missed them all. Yeah, there's Nick Bergara with another strike. That Hustle USA looks good right now. Brendan Wills has changed to a motive ball. I'm not sure. I think it might be a Sky Raptor. I'm not sure which motive ball he has, but he just went through the face, left a split. Alex Hoskins goes light and carries. Tim Williams goes through the nose. I believe he's using urethane right now. Adam Silverthorne is still throwing that as Zen, and it's treated him well today. Rhino Page light leaves the 7-pin. Kerry Shulin is no longer using that gem. It looks like maybe an IQ Tour is what Kerry is throwing. Charles is throwing Trident Quest. And that looks good. He gets a double to start this match. Mark Hodges with a nice ball. He strikes. He opened the second frame and strikes in the third. Andy Kinney went 5 sparing strike. Julian gets a messenger on the 10 to carry. He's throwing a Zen, it looks like. Geo Light leaves the 2-8. He had, it's going to be kind of interesting to see how Geo does today as well, because earlier this season, he was on fire, winning tournaments in Utah, a couple of tournaments in Montana, and then has cooled off a little bit recently, has not placed as well. So it'll be interesting to see if today he can turn it on and recapture what he had at the beginning of the year and make a charge to the top. And he converts, Geo converts the 2-8. Corey Clayton's up. Let's see what what he can do. And Gio is using an IQ tour at this point in time. Or he was. It looks like he's putting that ball away. Corey Clayton just dead flush. James Stephanie uses a 2-4-10. Well, Page, a little double dribble loft, leaves the 3-pin. Brandon Wills is struggling in this game. He spared the first frame, but he's split twice the next two. Terry Shulin in the hole, but leaves the 10-pin. Got Alred crosses and carries. Page stays clean. Terry Shulin just stays clean. Alex Hoskins misses the head pin. Charles Wakeman, beautiful ball. The ball he has in his hands right now, that Triton Quest. Shape is wonderful. He's got a 3-bagger. Gio just threw one through the face. He's the 3-4-7-10. And Julian has a strike up, so he can take early control of this match with a strike. And it washes out. So both Julian and Gio struggling a little bit this match. Gio does not convert. He's 8 out. So he has 61 through 4. And Julian's 9 out. He does not convert. So through 4, Julian has a 67-61 lead over Gio. Corey Clayton, another just solid in the hole shot. Josh Link, solid in the hole. But Alred rings a 10-pin. Nick Messenger does not take the 10 out, so has a 3-bagger to start with the 10-pin remaining in the 4th. James Stephenson, nice shot, 10 back. He's struggled a little bit today. Russ Hunt crosses and carries. He's scoring a little bit better now after his early troubles. Nick converts the 10-pin to maintain his lead over Todd. And now we have Charles
missed right, and the ball almost made it back. He leaves a light 4-pin. That, I did not think that had a chance. Brandon gets an 8 spare. Stopped the bleeding a little bit in his match. Rhino trips out the 8-pin late. Jeff Carroll crosses, leaves the 6-pin. Started with a 3-bagger. He is in control in his match right now over Alex. Or no, not, sorry. That is my fault. I looked at the wrong bowlers. Gio leaves the 7-pin. He's struggling a little bit on lanes 1 and 2. Julian dead flush. He'll maintain his lead at the halfway point. Tim Kinney has missed a spare, so that match right now, or Andy Kinney, I'm sorry, between Andy Kinney and Mark Hodges is close. It's 76-69. Andy's up. Brandon Wills gets a much needed strike. Corey Clayton strikes again. Josh Lynch off to a fairly hot start. He, other than that 130 game where he did have a lot of splits, he's had good ball motion. He's played well. Oh, pocket 7-10 for Russ Hunt. Nick gets spare, maintain a lead in his match with Todd Alred. Dan Silverthorne just threw it through the nose. Charles Wilkin, nice shot. 10 went late, but it's a strike nonetheless. Tim Rooney just left a split. So his match against Brandon, that's kind of a tight affair. The defensive struggle. Rhino a little high, but it carries. So his match with Charles Wilson, because of the single pin miss now, is pretty even. Jeff Carroll gets a strike. Julian doubles up, so that puts Gio in a bit of a situation where he has to strike. I mean, it's not must strike yet, but it's getting close to that time. He has made a ball change. misses left, leaves the 1-3-6. Cross crease strikes. Tim Williams strikes. He needed that in his match with Josh Link. Mark Hodges strikes. Josh Link high, leaves the 4-pin. Michael Hansen, messenger to take the 10 out. That was big. Greg Thomas needs to strike here to stay close. Gio has made a ball change. Another ball change. Uses it at 3-6. At the 1-3-6 and does convert it. The shape, pretty dramatic though. Josh Link converts the spare. Tim Rooney strikes. Now here, this is a big shot for Brandon in his match with Tim Rooney. He strikes here, he can tie it up, even things up. Thought Alred went through the nose. Russ Hunt with a split, the 2-4-10. That puts him in a little bit of trouble. Corey Clayton can strike here. He'll be firmly in control. Brandon Wills struck. So that puts him back to even with Tim Rooney. Alex Hoskins leaves one. He's a 7-pin. He is trailing in his match with Jeff Carroll. Charles Wilkins, great shot. Throws it in the pocket. And he is in pretty much an even match with Rhino Page right now. Gio's light leaves a 2-pin. Kerry Shulin can really put a chokehold on this with a strike here with a 3-bagger. Corey Clayton converts the 9-pin. Julian makes a poor shot. Goes left of the head pin and leaves the 1-3-6. So through 5, he has a 16-pin lead over Gio. Kerry Shulin strikes. His match with Adam Silverthorne is even. Greg Thomas has pulled slightly ahead in his match with Michael Hansen. And Julian just misses the head pin in his match with Gio, so that's going to allow Gio to get back in it. Spare. So his match with Greg Thomas now, they are pretty even. Josh Link just pounded the pocket, rung a 10-pin. This gives Tommy Crosscreed a chance to double here and even that match up. Nick Bagaro with a strike. Right now, at this point in the day, Nick Bagaro and Corey Clayton have the best ball motion across the house. Charles Wilkin is looking stronger. Last game and this game, the changes he's made have helped, definitely. Mark Hodges splits. Leaves the 6-7. And he's just in a little bit of difficulty in his match with Andy Kinney. Jeff Carroll rings a 10-pin. He has about a 20-pin lead over Alex Hoskins. Alex leaves a 4-pin. Colonel Page strikes. So now the pressure is squarely on Charles Wilkin to strike. Charles strikes, so we have that match remains close. Corey Clayton just left the 2-4-10 and does not convert. So that allows Russ Hunt back in that match potentially. If Russ strikes here, he can close some of that ground. Gio wiggles the 10, but it doesn't go down. So he now has a 6-pin deficit to Julian. And Julian gets the messenger to take the 10 out. So advantage Julian with 2 frames to play. Oh, and Gio has just flagged the 10-pin, and it wasn't even very close. So that puts him at quite a deficit in this one. Okay, Adam goes through the nose. So he is trailing Carey by a little bit. Tim Rooney rings a 10-pin. So he's got 110 through 6. If Brandon strikes here, it'll give him 113 through 6. That match is close. And Brandon crosses and trips the 5-pin forward. It looks like the 6-pin actually rolled around and came forward and tripped the 5. That is a huge break for him. After Tim Rooney rings the 10-pin, Brandon rolls the 5 forward to take late control in that match. Tim Williams crosses and strikes, and Todd Allard strikes. Tim has control of his match against Nolan. Rhino Page for a strike. So he now has a 5-bagger, keeping the pressure on Charles Wilkins to strike. Charles does strike. Alex Hoskins strikes in his match with Jeff Carroll. That puts some pressure on Jeff to strike. Gio threw that way right, washes out. His game does not look real solid today. Not as solid as I've seen him previously. Very talented bowler. Michael Hansen strikes in the 8th and 9th. He's trailing a little bit. Gio does not convert. So he's gone open in the 8th and 9th. He has a possible 164. Greg Thomas leaves one, so that stops his string. Westhut strikes. So he can still shoot 204, but he's not. It's going to be too little too late, I'm afraid. Nick Bagaro just slipped. Went through the face. Left the 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. Todd Alred leaves the 2-4-8 ninth frame. He's run out of time against Nick. Nick gets 4 of the 5 in that split. He's got 201 through 9, possible 231. He's going to win his match against Todd. Julian had a chance to just bury Gio, but they're still within 16 going into the 10th. Brandon washes out. Corey Clayton converts his spare. Still has a huge lead in his game. And a chance still to shoot 220s. Alex Hoskins just struck. That's going to force Jeff to strike. Rhino Page strikes again. He's got a 6-bagger. Brandon converts the washout. That's a big spare. That is a huge spare. Kerry Schuling gets a spare in the 8th. Charles Wilkin needs a strike here. And the 7 does not fall. He threw a good shot. The 7 doesn't fall. Gio throws a strike, so he can still shoot 164. Kerry can shoot, or Julian can shoot 180. Okay, Jeff has struck, so he maintains his lead over Alex going into the 10th. And it's a big shot for Gio. He needs to strike to put a little bit of pressure on Julian, force him to mark. And he does. Okay, so that shot will force Julian to mark. And Julian strikes. That's going to enable him to win that match over Gio. Mark Hodges strikes. I think it's going to be too little too late for Mark against Andy Kinney. Okay, Brandon is up in the 10th. And he strikes. That is going to shut out Tim. That spare conversion, that washout that he converted was huge. It was a great shot in that situation. Corey Clayton just left the 10 pin. And that gives Russ a little bit of hope. But Russ has to strike here. Grote strikes. James Stephenson has split the ninth, so that's going to put Chuck in control of that match. Brandon throws the ball through the nose, but it doesn't matter. That conversion again in the ninth was the difference. Julian chops the 3 off the 6, but it doesn't matter. He defeats Gio 169-162. Todd Alred converts the spare. He can shoot 185 at best. Nick Bagaro still can shoot 231. Okay, Brandon converts the spare. He shoots 199. Tim Williams rolls the 2-pin forward for a double. Jeff Carroll through the nose in that tight match against Alex Hoskins. Leaves a split he's going to have to make. Charles with a beautiful wall ball for a strike. Just Rhino is just taking control there. He can shoot 246. 260s are still possible for Rhino. Adam opens the 10th. So that opens the door for Carey. He has a strike up, or he opens the 9th. Sorry about that. Carey has a strike up in the 9th. That opens the door. Jeff did not convert. He shoots 223. However, Alex did not strike on his first ball. So that is going to be enough for Jeff to win. Alex needed a strike. He didn't get it. The best Alex can shoot is 217. So Jeff is going to win that. Jeff Carroll is going to defeat Alex Hoskins. Brandon Wills defeated Tim Rooney, 199 to 163. Nick Bagaro defeated Todd Aller, 219 to 185. Rhino strikes again. He's 240s possible. Or 260s possible, sorry. Charles has 246 possible. Shoots 246. It's going to be a 246 in defeat. Tommy Croskery defeated Josh Link 225 to 210. Andy Kinney defeated Mark Hodges 185 to 157. Corey Clayton rings the 10 pin. Rhino leaves a 6 pin at the end, shoots 268. So that's a tough loss for Charles. Rhino beats him 268, 246. Great match there. The match right now between James Stephenson and Chuck Grote is close. James is up by 2. They both spared the first ball in the 10th. So 9 here by James can shut out Chuck. Russ Hunt collapses it. Best he can shoot 184. Corey already has 192 in the bag. James shoots 159, and that will shut out Chuck Grote. And Greg Thomas did defeat Michael Hansen. Corey Clayton defeated Russ Hunt 202 to 181. Adam Silverthorne strikes first ball in the 10th. He has a possible 192. Kerry needs a mark to shut him out. Kerry Shulin strikes. That'll shut out Adam Silverthorne. We've just had a strange thing happen on 5 and 6. Tim Williams spared the first ball in the 10th. He got 153 in the 9th. Nolan Croskery had a double up, but he ditched the first ball in the 10th. So he can't afford to do that again or he'll lose. He's got to get pins. And he gets 9. So he shoots 180 to win that match, but that ditch ball and the first ball in the 10th made it interesting. And Kerry Schulin is going to defeat Adam Silverthorne. Adam shoots 182. Kerry let the super wash out, gets 2 off of it, doesn't matter, it's enough, he shoots 199. So he wins that match. So we're halfway through match play. Rhino Page with that 268 and the 30 pins for winning is going to just bump him up the leaderboard. Andy Kinney's 185, fortunately for him, was in a win, so it's not. It doesn't hurt as bad as it could have. Jeff Carroll had a win. That's going to move him close to that top 5. That's going to creep him close. Greg Thomas also with his win, the bonus pins in the score. It's going to move him up. Gio hurt himself in that match. Losing and not having a great score is going to cost him some distance. Adam Silverthorne, same thing. That loss and not a big score is going to hurt him. Nick Bagaro continues to move closer to the cut line at this halfway point of match play. All right, we are halfway through match play. We've got 4 games in the book, 4 games to go. And the field is starting to separate a little bit. We're getting down to the contenders and the non-contenders at this point in the day. Oh, Tommy Croskery, pocket 710. So on this next match, on match 5, on lanes 1 and 2, we have Andy Kinney versus Tommy Croskery, Corey Clayton versus Chuck Grote, Adam Silverthorne versus Nolan Croskery. Lanes 3 and 4, Greg Thomas versus Giorgio Quinez, Brandon Mills versus Todd Alred, Jeff Carroll versus Charles Wilkin. That looking at how the last game was played, that Jeff Carroll-Charles Wilkin match could be a pretty high-scoring barn burner. On lanes 5 and 6, we have Julian Dollinger against Michael Hansen, Nick Bagaro against Tim Rooney, Rhino Page against Alex Hoskins. And that's another one, Rhino and Alex. That could be a barn burner of a match. On lanes 7 and 8, Josh Link versus Mark Hodges, James Stephenson versus Russ Hunt, and Tim Williams versus Kerry Schulin. And Jeff Carroll starts his match with a strike, so things are still looking good there. Charles leaves one. Still close. Still close, but leaves one.
There you go, sir. There's like a clipboard, sir.
Okay, so your top 5 right now, halfway through the day. Your top 5, Alex Hoskins, Rhino Page, Corey Clayton, Josh Link, and Andy Kinney. Andy did drop in that, and Josh stayed, held serve basically. Jeff Carroll is just off the top 5 by 26. Gray Thomas has moved up, and Nick Bagaro continues to close a little bit on that top 5. Other than that, the 9th on down, Charles Wilk and Michael Hansen, they're starting to lose contact. They really need a big game here and win. Everybody else down the board, Adam Silverthorne, Gio, Todd Albert, Kerry Shulin, Rustin, Tommy Crosby, Chuck Roach, Julian, James Stevenson, Brandon Wills, Tim Rooney, Mark Hodges, Nolan Crosby, and Tim Williams. They're at a point where making the top 5 is unlikely at this point. So now at this point, I'm going to focus a little bit more on the individuals that are competing for that top 5 spot, unless something spectacular is going on. But with the field starting to separate now, the things that are of importance are those people that are trying to stay in the top 5 or claw their way in. Corey Clayton throws a strike, flush in the hole. Todd Albert, nice 3-9 conversion. And again, it seems the Corey Clayton seems to have a look on every pair. He's just dialed in. Nick Bagaro, ever since he changed to that Hustle USA, also is getting great ball motion, seems to be dialed in. Rhino Page just threw 7, 8 in a row down here on 1 and 2, and now is on 5 and 6 and has 9 spare split. He just left the 2, 4, 7, 10. So the guy with the look, really those two, Bagaro and Corey Clayton. Corey Clayton is currently within the cut line. Nick Bagaro's on the outside looking in. But I think if he gets there, if the trend continues, he could be dangerous. And Rhino Page does not convert that split. So advantage Alex Hoskins. He has a strike up and 10 back. It was just solid right in the hole. Michael Hansen 10 back. So he's off to a solid start this game. Greg Thomas crosses and carries. I believe he is also using a Hustle. He's using a Hustle USA. Oh, nice conversion by Tommy Krosky. Super washout gets converted. Okay, Alex has a great look right now, and he has switched to an RSTX1. Rhino Page has been using a melee jab, and he's still using that. I don't know what Corey Clayton is using. Let's see if I can catch what he's using. And Corey Clayton's using a black knockout. So hopefully for all of you that are out there that are curious as to what's being thrown down the lanes, that's what's being used right now by the bowlers that seem to be having the most success. at this point in the day. Oh, and Greg Thomas goes through the nose, leaves a split. The 3-4-7, the 3-4-6-7. Gio trips the 4-7. Late ball was the ball was actually light. Tripped the 4-7. And Greg does not pick up the split. He gets one out of it. Andy Kinney and Tommy Croskery are pretty close, pretty much even through 4. Chuck Grote was just dead flush. That puts a little bit of pressure on Corey Clayton to strike here to keep his lead. Brandon Wills, this is the second time today that he has rolled the 5-pin forward. He has crossed, much like the shot he had earlier, and rolls the 5 forward. Corey Clayton again is using a black knockout. And he doesn't get the ball. Mrs. Wright does not get the ball back to the head pin, leaves the washout. And Nick Bagaro has split for an open, and that he's going to trail in his match with Tim Rooney. He's going to trail slightly. Roland Croskery with a great shot, 10 back. Alex Hoskins went high, leaves the baby split. Jeff Carroll crosses and leaves the 5-pin. In his match with a Charles in the 3rd frame on a spare, threw the ball in the gutter on the first shot. He did convert the spare to stay clean, but count hurts. And Charles just left the 10-pin. And Alex did not convert the 310. So that is going to put him behind a bit in his match with Rhino. Oh, and Adam Silverthorne through the nose, 4-7-10. Jeff Carroll converts that 5-pin, so he maintains a lead over Charles Wilson. And Charles misses the 10-pin. That could be a costly miss. He's one of the bowlers that is really just hanging on to that, getting into the top 5. No. So Greg Thomas does here. He goes through the nose, and he and Gio have left exactly the same thing. 3-6-10 for both of them, and they're in a tight match.
There you go.
Gio converts. So now it's time for Greg to convert. Cross green, nice strike. Here we have Corey Clayton coming up after that open frame. Greg Thomas converts, so he stays in touch with Gio. Corey Clayton washes out. This is the first time today that it looks like he is having a little bit of trouble finding a consistent line to the pocket. Chuck Grote just left the bucket. So this washout. This is a fairly big point in this match with Corey and Chuck. And Corey does not convert that washout. So that's consecutive opens. Now Chuck does have the bucket, which isn't the easiest spare in the world to convert. Alex leaves a flat 10. Leaves a flat 10 in the fourth. Rhino can throw a strike here to take control of that match. And Chuck Grote has chopped the bucket. So he has 94 through 5, and Corey Clayton has 81 through 5. Alex converts the 10 pin. Now Rhino here can take charge by throwing a strike. And Rhino goes high and leaves the 2-7. And Rhino does not convert. So Alex continues to lead that match. see if Gio can strike here and keep his lead. And he does not. It is high. He leaves the 4-pin. Gio converts his spare, so he stays ahead of Greg Thomas. This is one where Greg, really, with the position in the standings, trying to make a run to that top 5. Greg needs to turn it on and see what he can do to get the 30 bonus pins here. He really could use those at this point in the day. Nick Vigaro also really he stumbled a bit this match. He's made a ball change, and he has struck there, so maybe he can get it going again. Chuck Grote has the 2-7 split. Corey Clayton has left the 6-10. And Corey is trailing by 13. And Chuck does not convert. So Corey can draw even here by converting the 6-10.
And you leave that right there.
Rhino Page just crossed over and left the 3-7. So that match with Alex, last 2 frames, Rhino's split. So we'll see how that goes. One thing I would like to announce, hopefully we have a number of female scratch bowlers out there watching right now. And at the same house, Lucky Strike Lanes in Ronan, on April 29th and 30th, there is a women's scratch open. $2,000 added money. The entry fee is $100. The qualifying shifts are 10 a.m. for 24 bowlers, 2 p.m. 24 bowlers, and 6 p.m. 32 bowlers. $100 will be given to the highest non-qualifier on that 10 a.m. shift. So, you know, come on out. This really is a great house to bowl in. It draws great fields, great competition. Tim and Lisa do a wonderful job putting these tournaments on. So please, all of you ladies out there that like to bowl, now is your time. You know, they're looking, if it gets to 60 entries, there'll be $7,000 in prize money. $1,200 will be first place. 16th will pay $150. So come on out. The oil pattern will be one of the Kegel Challenge patterns. So it's not going to be a brutal grind. You know, it'll be a playable condition. Contact Lucky Strike Lanes. You can call 406-676-8051, or you can send a message on Facebook. I believe you will probably be able to sign up on Tournament Bowl, but it could be Could be a great event for you. Come on out and experience Lucky Strike Lanes here in Ronan, Montana. Women's Open, April 29th and 30th. Okay, we have Corey Clayton coming up. He has a spare up and an opportunity to pull even in this match with Chuck Grote. He really needs this. The scoring isn't great yet, so he really needs to get his way back to the pocket. Oh, and a great shot. Dead flush strikes. This match is even. Now let's see what Chuck can do with the pressure on him. Gio strikes, and he's keeping the heat on Greg Thomas, and Greg really needs this victory. It would be helpful for his cause of trying to come up from the bottom. And Nick Pagaro has a strike up. He is trailing. He is trailing in his match. He needs this double. And he gets it. That was necessary for him. Rhino Page has 90 in the sixth. Alex Hoskins has 106 in the fifth with a strike up. So if Rhino goes on to win this match, he can extend his lead in the top five and push Rhino a little bit down the standings. Rhino 2-8, or not a 2-8-10. Sorry, I'm a right-hander. It's the 3-7-9. Right now, in this round in match 5, there's really no one making a huge run of the people that are in contention. We have some people farther down that are putting together something. Russ Hunt is starting to do a little bit of something, but he's a long ways down. Charles Wilkin now has started to strike to string some things together. Corey Clayton up with a chance to double here. And he does. The 7-10 was standing. The 7 fell, and then the messenger took the 10. That gives him a double. And gets him even in this match. Jeff Carroll is trailing slightly to Charles Wilkins, and they are both in contention. to get to the step ladder, to get to the top 5. So this could be a big match in the day. Greg Thomas just picked up his spare, but he is still trailing in his match with Gio, and he really needs a win here. He needs to shoot a score and get a win. Nick Bogaro's got a double up. He still is trailing in his match against Tim Rooney. Tim threw a strike. Nick, really, the pressure is on for him to strike here. He also needs this victory if he's going to make a run at the top 5. He's got to turn it on now. And he brings a 10. That hurts. That hurts. Okay, one more bowling event that I would like to remind everyone of. March 25th and 26th in Butte, Montana, the Ring and 10 Scratch Classic. It's a great event. Huge amount of bowlers bowl there. It's Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, there are 6 games of qualifying. It's across 24 lanes. Shifts are at 8 a.m., 12, 5, and 9:30, so plenty of time to bowl. They take the top 48 to Sunday. There's also a sweeper on Friday, $20 a person. The entry fee to the Ring and 10 is $130, so for $150 you get into Friday sweeper and into the Ring and 10. It's a 2-game single sweeper, 9 p.m. There's also a 2-game double sweeper following that first one. So the Ring and 10 Scratch Classic, it's been held in the end of March for decades. It draws a huge field, a high quality field. If you would like to bowl, you can call 406-494-3898 or 406-491-0804. It's at Star Lanes in Butte, Montana. Huge field, huge event. That's something that is great to be part of. So hopefully we'll be able to see you there in that event. The Ring and 10 Scratch Classic, March 25th, 26th, Star Lanes, Butte, Montana. Rhino Page just whiffed the head pin left and left a mess. The 1-3-4-7-9. And he only has 99 in the 7th. Alex is now pulling ahead, pulling out in front. That match was tight halfway through, but Rhino's had 3 splits and a washout in the last 4 frames. So that certainly has given complete control to Alex. Corey Clayton here can take control of his match. And it went through the nose. He leaves the 3, 6, 10. Lucky the 7's not standing with that. He has taken the lead, but it's a slim lead over Chuck. Could have taken control there, but did not. Gio has struck in the 9th frame in his match with Greg. He has a possible 217, and Greg only has 190 possible. So this match could really hurt Greg in his attempt to make the top 5 today. And Corey has missed the 3, 6, 10. That gives him 156 through 9, a possible 186. Chuck has a possible 191. So that could be the turning point in this match. Corey is in the middle of the top 5 right now, so it shouldn't destroy his chances, but that definitely will hurt. That miss is a big one. It could be a 30 bonus pin difference. Nick Figueroa is up in the ninth, needing a strike. And he does. He strikes. So he has 155 through 8 with a strike up, a possible 215. Tim Rooney has 147 through 7 with a strike up, possible 237. So this is a big shot for Tim as well. And he leaves the bucket. So the door is open. The door is open for Nick to win. This is going to be a big 10th frame for Nick and his chances today. Rhino finally gets a strike. He has a possible 167 if he goes off the sheet from the 9. Tim picks up the spare. He converts that. So he has a possible 217. Nick has a possible 215. So things have gotten very tight in that particular match. Tommy Croskery is going to defeat Andy Kinney. Best Andy can shoot is 187, and Tommy's already shot 194. Andy Kinney shoots 183 to lose to Tommy's 194. Mark Hodges defeats Josh Link 216 to 201. That should not hurt Josh too much. That loss, Andy Kinney's loss, is going to hurt him. Things could change. The top 5 could change a little bit after this this 5th game. Corey Clayton leaves the 10 pin. Greg Thomas opens the 10th. Or no, incorrect. Sorry, my fault. He did not open the 10th, but he is going to lose this match. Chuck Grote is going to shoot 181 to defeat Corey Clayton. And Michael Hansen just shot 222 and is going to defeat Julian Dollinger. Greg Thomas chops the spare, only shoots 158 that game. That is definitely going to hurt his chances of making the top 5. The 222 in the win helps Michael's chances. That makes things look a lot brighter for him. He's one of those people that are on the edge out there, looking slim but possible. That's a big boost for him. So Corey Clayton shoots 174 that game and loses. And that will cost him. He'll move back toward the field. Okay, Tim Rooney, the best he left a pin, so he can spare strike for 206. Nick Bagaro can still shoot 216. He must strike on this ball to win. He has to strike here to defeat Tim. And he did. Nick struck. Russ Hunt beat James Stephenson. Tim Williams shoots 203. He is going to win. And Nick gets 9. So he has 184. Best he can shoot is 204. Tim has 186 and a spare up. 9 pins wins for Tim. Tim Williams beats Kerry Shulam 203 to 159. And here it is. Tim needs 9 to shut out Nick, and he got 7. So he shoots 203, so Nick can strike to win that match. That is huge in the scheme of things today. Nick did not, he picked it up, and he won. He won the match, 204 to 203. That is huge in the scheme of things today. And Todd Allred defeats Brandon Wills, 180 to 163. Ronan defeated Adam Silver from 158 to 150. Rhino split again. He's going to have a very low score. Jeff Carroll a chance to strike here. This is important for his day. He does not strike. He leaves the 3 pin. He has a possible 213. He is going to win this match if he converts. And if Charles forces him to. Charles is going to force him to convert. So Charles can shoot 204. Jeff can shoot 213. But he does need to convert. Yeah, Alex has 256 possible. He is putting together a big game again. He'll get the bonus pins. That's going to extend his lead considerably. Jeff needs this spare. He converts. Now all he needs is count. He just needs to stay behind the foul line, keep it out of the ditches, and he'll win this one. It'll be overdue so that this game score plus the 30 pins could move him into the top 5. Okay, Charles shoots 203. Rhino only shot 135 that game, so that is going to move him toward the cut line. So Rhino and Corey hurt their chance. Andy, they're all going to move back a little there. Josh Link also lost, but he didn't. He still shot over deuce. He shot 201. Okay, Jeff shot 213, and he's going to get the bonus pins. Alex Hoskins just shot 256. So we will get ready for match number 6. For match 6, we have on lanes 1 and 2, Mark Hodges versus Julian Dullinger, Russ Hunt versus Nick Bagaro, Kerry Shulin versus Rhino Page, Mike on lanes 3 and 4, Michael Hansen versus Josh Link, Tim Rooney versus James Stephenson, Alex Hoskins versus Tim Williams. On lanes 5 and 6, Greg Thomas versus Tommy Croskrey, Brandon Wills versus Chuck Grote, Jeff Carroll versus Nolan Croskrey. On 7 and 8, we have Gio versus Andy Kinney, Todd versus Corey Clayton, Charles Wilkins versus Adam Silverthorne. And I'll give you updated standings here shortly. Again, if you want to see the standings, tournamentbowl.com, you can take a look at everything over there. Okay, after five today, we have the top 5 is Alex Hoskins, Josh Link, Jeff Carroll went from being out of the cut to 3rd. Corey Clayton, Andy Kinney. Nick Bagaro has moved to where he is only 12 from the cut. Rhino Page, that game cost him from being in the top 5 to moving to 7th. He is 19 from the cut. Michael Hansen has moved to within 44 of the cut. That match cost Greg Thomas considerably. He moved to 75 away from the cut. Charles Wilkin also is 84 from the cut. Those two, chance but not likely. Gio is at 11, 98 from the cut, not looking likely there. So we had some big movement in that particular match. In this one, the Josh Link Greg Thomas match is big for both of them. That could determine the day for either one of those. Nick Bagaro is still making his run. So this game, he needs to continue it. Michael Hansen also, his match right now against Josh Link, that's a big one. Josh is pretty safely in the top 5 right now, but for Michael, it could be a difference maker in getting to the cut. looks like Rhino Page may have righted the ship. He strikes the first ball. We're back on 1 and 2, where he had a big game in match 4. So maybe that will repeat. Maybe he'll be able to do that again. Jeff Carroll starts with a Brooklyn, so he's off to a good start in his match, and one that really is necessary. His opponent starts with a split, so things are looking up there. Okay, Nick started this match with the 2-8-10, and his opponent started with a strike. So let's see if he can get things rolling again down here on 1 and 2. And a solid shot, a solid shot. Rhino has started with a double here on 1 and 2, so it looks like things are much improved as to what they were before. Soon, at this pace, it won't take long before he'll eclipse the score he had in the last game. Oh, Russ carries a high hit, goes through nose a little bit, carries, gets the strike. Tim Williams crosses over and carries. Alex leaves a 7-pin. Nolan Crosscrease strikes in his match versus Jeff Carroll. Jeff has left a single pin. And this is another one that Jeff really needs to win. I mean, that last match really vaulted him forward, gave him a good chance. Michael Hansen strikes. That's a three-bagger to start, and that is so important for Michael too. He's making a run at the top 5. He needs to score. Greg Thomas just threw the ball through the nose with a 4.67. It looks like he has switched to maybe a Zen. Corey Clayton is still using the knockout, I believe. I'm not sure what Nick is using. He has switched balls. He's no longer using that Hustle USA. I'll see if when I get a chance, find out what he's using. And Alex is still using the RSTX1. Nick converts the spare. And Greg Thomas does not get either pin, so he started spare, split. So he's in a little trouble. He's in a little trouble at this point in time. Rhino just went high through the nose, left the 2-7. Rhino looked a little bit surprised at that lead, the 2-7, the ball reaction had surprised him. That ball moved considerably on the back end. And Rhino converts. Rhino converts to stay clean. And Alex is light, leaves the 2-pin. He's got 9 spare 9 spare 9 to start this game. And Nick has switched to the phase 5. That's the ball that he's using now. and Mark misses the 7-pin after throwing the first 3. And Nick carries. Wrong side, crosses, carries. Josh Link with a great shot. Josh Link is throwing a fate. He's got a little Dutch action going. We'll see if Rhino gets the ball reaction he wants on this shot. I know the last one, it certainly looked like it surprised him. And that was dead flush, so that looks like the reaction he expected. I'm not sure what happened the frame before. We'll see if he makes any changes. Jeff Carroll's gone strike, spare, strike, and Nolan Crossgray's gone open, strike, strike. So that match is still tight. It's one that Jeff dearly needs. Okay, while things are a little bit quiet here, I am going to do a couple more plugs again for the Ring and 10 Scratch Classic at Star Lanes in Butte, Montana, March 25th and 26th. $130 entry. Qualifying shifts are 8 a.m., 12, 5, and 9:30. There are sweepers on Friday night, 20 per person. 2-game singles starting at 9. 2-game doubles following the first one. If you're interested, please give Starlanes a call, 406-494-3898, or Harry Schaefer at 406-491-0804. Also, the Women's Scratch Open here at Lucky Strike Lanes on April 29th and 30th. Come to wonderful Ronan, Montana. Pay a visit to Tim and Lisa Corbett up here. Entry fee is $100. The qualifying shifts are 10 a.m., 2 p.m., 6 p.m. If they get 60 entries, it'll pay $1,200 for first place. 16th will pay $150. It is on a challenge pattern. So come up and see what all the fun is about. You can call 406-676-8051, or you can go to Facebook, Lucky Strike Lanes, and message them. Also, the information should be on Tournament Ball. I'm not sure if it is yet, but it should be there. So, Women's Open, April 29th and 30th here at Lucky Strike Lanes in Ronan, Montana. Ring and 10 Scratch Classic, Star Lanes, Butte, Montana, the 25th and 26th of March. Okay, Josh Link is up here in the 5th with a 4-bagger going. And he makes it 5. Jeff Carroll cannot get the light hit to carry. He leaves the 7. Okay, we have Nick Bigaro getting up here in the 5th. He's got a strike up. Russ just chopped the 2-8. So a double here would be especially nice for Nick, both in scoring and in the position in this match. Jeff has converted the 7-pin to mark, so Nolan gets up. He's going to get up in the next frame with a 3-bagger work, and Jeff's going to get up with a spare working. So it's Jeff's going to have to start putting some strikes together in this match. Nick just threw it through the nose and leaves the 3-6.
Imagine if I do it and then I start lighting it up.
I hope you're enjoying the bowling today. There's been some great bowling going out there. Great field. Thanks to Tom Crossley for making this possible for us streaming. Also, thank you to Bernie Coons Jr. for tournamentbowl.com, keeping all the scores updated, keeping everything rolling along here. You know, he helps me with getting the information to you. So, big thanks to that. Also to Tim and Lisa Corbett here at Lucky Strike Lanes, putting on yet another wonderful tournament. Oh, and Nick Figueroa just chopped the 3 off the 6 to open. So he now has 76 in the 5th and trails in his match. Charles Wilkin is staying clean, but he still is not really getting anything going, and he does need to make a run. It's getting late early, as Yogi Berra says. And Rhino's up with a strike working. He's clean through 4. And he strikes. Big thank you to all of you that are out there viewing this today. Please, if you haven't subscribed yet, please do so. Subscribe. Helps the channel, helps Tom keep this going. And Jeff Carroll continues his Dutch by crossing over and carrying. Nolan is up with a 3-bagger in his match against Jeff Carroll. And he leaves a stone 8-pin. So his string stops at 3. He has 68 in through 3. Jeff has 59 through 3. Jeff has a double up. Nolan converts this, he'll have a spare up. Michael Hansen has a 6-bagger going. He's got the first 6. This could be a big move in his day. He's 113 off the cut line. This could be a big move toward the cut line. Andy Kinney, who is at the cut line right now, is not bowling a huge score. Just close, staying close to deuce, and he's in a tight match. So this could be a big turnaround for Michael here. Rhino spares. Josh gets a spare. Well, he's at 109 through 5, but he's bowling against Michael, and Michael's putting up a number now. Nick carries a shaker, carries a 5 out. That gives him a double. That's a big point in that match. Jeff strikes, so that gives him a double, and Nolan didn't strike, so that puts Jeff in control of that match, and it is one that he needs, so he needs to keep that going. Josh Link leaves a single pin. Greg gets them all. Corey Clayton is in a little bit of difficulty in his game. He's staying clean, but Todd has put together a string against him. Okay, Michael is up here in the 7th. He's got the first 6. Oh, and he leaves the 4-9 in the 7th. A little bit high, leaves the 4-9. Wiggled both the 4 and the 9, but couldn't knock either down. Rhino solid in the hole for a strike. this game is just staying clean. He's got 98 in the fifth. He's just kind of plugging away, just a blue-collar game. Michael doesn't convert the 4-9. He gets the 4, so he's at 176 through 7. So now if he can get it going again, go off the sheet, shoot a 260 game, get the bonus pins, that will do wonders getting him toward that cut line. It's only two match play games after this. Time is now. Time is now to get just string the strikes, go off the sheet, and get close. Andy Kinney is trailing by just a couple of pins. And this is going to be an important match also in who is and who is not in that step ladder. He is in fifth right now. There are a couple of people that could make a move on it, and he did not strike. Andy did not strike. Nolan is light again and leaves the 2-pin. He opened the 6th. He's got 9 in the 7th. He's got 116 in the 6th. Jeff has 80 in the 4th. He's got a double up. This strike right here could give him a good grip on this match. And he throws it through the nose and leaves the 3, 4, 6, 7. So that gives me 106 through 5. To the 105 Nolan has. 5. There, Nick throws another strike. So he's creeping ever closer to that cut line. Russ just super washout, and that match is tight. So that is advantage Bagheero. And Jeff did not convert the split. That gives him 132 through 7. Nolan has 114 in the 6th with a spare up in the 7th. So that, for all intents and purposes, that match is even with 3 to play. Josh rings a 10-pin. He has 147 through 7. Michael has 176 through 7. So Michael still leads comfortably late in that match. Michael throws a strike. So again, he can go sheet for 270 or 266. And put him 96 to the good with a victory there. Charles Wilk broken, is not making a move toward the cut line. Here we have Andy Kinney coming up now in the 9th frame. He is in a fairly tight match with Gio. And he really could use a strike here to set up the 10th. And he goes high, leaves the 6-10. So he has a possible 200. Pick this up for a possible deuce. Nick very light, leaves a 10 pin. And he converts the spare, so he has a possible deuce. Gio coming up in the 9th with a double in the 7th and 8th. Nolan gets 9, so he doesn't make any huge run. Gio strikes, so he has a 3-bagger going into the 10th. Okay, Jeff strikes. Jeff strikes an 8, so Jeff Carroll is trailing Nolan by 1. However, he has a strike up in the 8th, and Nolan can convert the 10 pin to have a spare up in the 8th. Corey Clayton just threw it through the face, leaves the 4-6. And he is up by 3 in the 9th. If Todd marks here, it'll be advantage Todd. And Todd leaves a 4-pin. And Rhino strikes in the 9th. Gives him a possible 237. Josh Link leaves 1, leaves the 4-pin. Todd Alred converts the spare, so he has 158 in the 8th with a spare up in the 9th. Corey Clayton has 170 in the 9th. Greg Thomas strikes. Michael Hansen. With a strike in the 9th. So he strikes the 8th and 9th. He still has a possible 266. Now, Nick Bagaro and Russ Hunt. Nick can go off the sheet for 205. Russ can go off the sheet for 190. That match is still very much in play. Gio is starting to pull away from Andy here at the end. Gio strikes first ball in the 10th. Alex is up on a 3-bagger, and he gets the 4th one, so he strikes the 9th. So he has a 248 possible. And Andy got 7 first ball in the 10th, so he has a possible 187. So things could change again in the top 5. Jeff Carroll has struck the 8th and 9th, so he's put himself in good position for the victory and for some bonus pin and for a decent score along with those bonus pins. Gio has a possible 225, and he can just shoot 187. Okay, Russ did not strike. Russ Hunt has 179 possible. So Nick should win this. He just needs to go out the sheet to get score. And he doesn't. He goes high and leaves the 610. Gio converts the spare. Shoots 225. No, I'm still... And Andy shoots 184. Andy King only shoots 184 that game. So there is going to be some movement. Michael gets 9 his first ball in the 10th, so he has 245 possible. So he is going to put himself back in play with 2 to go after this. Corey Clayton crosses for a strike. That was big. That gives him a chance to win. He needs one more to win his match. And Nick gets a strike, 193, and he gets the win. Corey does not strike, so he is going to lose that match. Reno Page strikes. So he's going to be able to put together a big score down here, plus the bonus pins. And that will help him. Todd Alred shoots 197. Greg Thomas shoots 243. He needed that. Needed that so he doesn't completely lose touch with the top 5. Rhino almost converts the washout, but doesn't. Shoots 222. And will get the victory over Kerry Schulin. Charles Wilkin only shot 146 that game. That may end his day. So Michael shot 244 to the 215 of Josh Link. Jeff Carroll gets a strike, big strike, gives him a 3-bagger. He can go off the sheet for 222. He does have Nolan shut out, so he will get the bonus spins. Alex splits the 10, 7-10 split, shoots 214. But he will win. Nolan gets the spare and strike for 193. Oh, Jeff wiggles the 4-pin, doesn't get it. He can shoot 211 with the spare here. 200 for Tim Williams. But not enough to defeat Alex's 214. Nolan shoots 193.
Yeah, I'd like the fingers. We didn't change span much, did we? I don't remember. But even though, I mean, even if it's a little
Jeff
off on
shoots
my other, I mean,
211.
fuck the finger.
So I'll have some updated standings for you in a moment.
do
Okay,
a little
for
mechanic.
match 7, and this is the last match before the position round. Lanes 1 and 2, we have Greg Thomas and Andy Kinney. That could be a big match for the 5. We have Brandon Wills versus Corey Clayton. Jeff Carroll versus Adam Silverthorne. And again, Jeff needs a good game. Lanes 3 and 4, we have Gio versus Tommy Crosscree. Todd versus Chuck. Charles versus Nolan Crosscree. Lanes 5 and 6, Michael Hansen versus Mark Hodges. Tim Rooney versus Russ Hunt. Alex Hoskins versus Kerry Schulin. Lanes 7 and 8, Julian Dollinger versus Josh Link. Nick Bagaro versus James Stephenson. Rhino Page versus Tim Williams. So the only head-to-head really, the Greg Thomas, Andy Kinney on 1 and 2 could have a big impact. The rest, it's just up to the individuals to win their matching and get some pins. Again, this is the last match before position round. I'd like to say thank you to the sponsors: Classic Products, Storm Products, Alley Cat, Lanes and Shoto, Wayne Carter, Glacier Wholesaler, Pepsi, Ravalli Fun Center in Hamilton, and Bernie Coons Sr. Thanks to Tom Crossgreen for 406 Streaming, bringing this to you, and for Bernie Coons Jr. for running TournamentBowl.com and keeping the scores going and all of the behind-the-scenes happening. Tim and Lisa Corbett for putting this tournament on. It's a great field. We've had some great matches today, and I think it's going to be good to the end. And again, don't forget the Montana Women's Open here at Lucky Strike Lanes, April 29th and 30th. Contact 406-676-8051 or on Facebook, Lucky Strike Lanes. To get in, $100, $1,200 for first. That's on a challenge pattern. Get your entry in. And the Ring and 10 Scratch Classic at Star Lanes in Butte. Saturday qualifying. There are sweepers on Friday. 130 entry, 20 for the sweepers. Call Star Lanes at 406-494-3898 or Harry Schaefer at 406-491-0804. Tournaments for you to still come play in. There's also the Battle of Big Fork. I haven't mentioned that yet. Rhino Page, his house, he's here bowling today. It's a big event. That is on May 21st and 22nd. Entry for that's $160. Pins do carry over in that tournament. There are shifts at 9 and 3 on Saturday. It is a dual pattern, a long pattern, short pattern, 8 games. Sunday will be the top 24 on a medium pattern. So similar to this tournament, the leader is going to choose the pattern for the top 4 step ladder. 5,000 is guaranteed for first place. If you want to get in, contact Bernie Coons Jr. at 406-880-4913. Or you can also contact somebody at Grizzly Lanes for information. Again, that's May 21st and 22nd, Battle of Big Fork. up there at Grizzly Lanes in Big Fork, Rhino Page's house. Large event, bowl that. So plenty of scratch opportunities for both men and women the rest of the year here. So get your entries in, get into those tournaments, have some fun. Go bowl at the Ring and 10. Ladies, you can do that along with the guys, and then ladies, you can come up here to Lucky Strike Lanes, bowl the Women's Open, and then head on to Big Fork, Grizzly Lanes, and bowl there May 21st and 22nd. So your top 5, which is 2 match play rounds to go. This is the last round robin, and then we will have a position round. Your top 5 is Alex Hoskins, Jeff Carroll, Josh Link, Rhino Page, and Michael Hansen. Michael has made it into the top 5. Nick Bagaro has come all the way from near the bottom to start today to being 19 off the cut. Corey Clayton is now 24 off. Greg Thomas is 32 off. Andy Kinney has dropped from being in the top 5 to 9th at 46 off. And Gio is 73 off. Though the top 10 probably are the people, with a big game. Some of those people at the bottom of that 10 could get in. But below that, not realistic for it to happen. So this match between Greg Thomas and Andy Kinney, with them sitting in 8th and 9th, 32 and 46 out, that could be a big one in the grand scheme of things. And Andy has started by doubling, so he's off to the start he needs to try to work his way in. Michael Hansen had a nice start with a double, but now he splits, leaves a 6-7-10. He's going to need to tighten that up because it is close. It is close near the bottom. Nick also started with a strike but then opened the second, so he needs to tighten it up and get things rolling. Andy starts this game with 3. Exactly what he needs, and Nick strikes. So Greg started with the strike spare, but got 7 in the third frame. Greg spares. Again, thank you all out there in YouTube land that are watching this. Especially thanks to those viewers that we have, that I hope we have up in Canada, for the Calgary Bowlers, down in Utah, for the Utah Bowlers, the Storm staffers, those of you in Washington, for the people that are out of the Spokane area. I hope you're enjoying the content. And if you are and you have not subscribed, please do so. It's easy enough. It doesn't cost anything. You know, what's the problem? Subscribe. Okay, Gio's up with a strike. He has a big, tall task. He's pretty much got to go off the sheet. Shoot 280. And he strikes, so it's still in the realm of possibility. He's going to have to shoot 280, get the 30 bonus pins, hope for some help. But, you know, it's like they say, so you say and there's a chance. Jeff just crossed over and carried for his strike of this last 7th match. And Andy Kinney starts with the first 4, doing exactly what he needs to do to get back to the top 5. He was in the top 5 for the majority of the day, just fell out. He needs to get back in. This is the last round robin match, and then position round. He needs to get himself to where he can get back in the top 5. Greg Thomas strikes. Corey Clayton solid in the hole. Now it's looking like he's looked most of the day. He wandered in the wilderness there for a couple of games, and now he has to get himself back into the top 5. Oh, and Jeff just rings the 10 pin. He could have used that double, but clean it up. Stay clean. Come cross screen, a little bit high in his match with Gio, but what he doesn't matter. Gio needs to go off the sheet. It's pretty. Oh, Greg Thomas just threw it in the hole, left the 10. And Gio leads the 9 pin. Good shot, did not carry the 9. And that is, unfortunately he's throwing the ball so well this game, but he dug himself a little too deep today, I'm afraid. We'll see what he can do. And Andy gets another, so he starts with 5. Trying to get back into the top 5. And again, all of you bowlers out there, if you have not experienced a tournament at Lucky Strike Lanes here in Ronan, you need to find your way to Western Montana, Ronan, Montana, and enter a tournament here. It's a lot of fun, incredibly well run house, good company, good competition. And please, as I've announced earlier, check out the tournaments that are upcoming. The women's scratch here on the 29th and 30th of April. The Ring in 10 in Butte, Montana on the 25th and 26th of March. And the Battle of Big Fork up there on May 21st and 22nd. Bowling is alive and well in Montana. Very well supported by the bowlers and the houses. So if you have not been here, if you haven't done it, please come and check it out. Jeff threw a great shot, solid in the hole for a strike. 8 pin wanted to stand, but they all went. And Andy throws number 6. Pressure's on and he's got it dialed in. He's got it dialed in now. Gio goes a little high. high. Spares aren't going to cut it for him. He's got to get X's. He's too far down to just spare his way out. Alex gets a strike to take control of his match with Kerry Schuland. Nick Bagaro. Let's tune into Nick and see how he's doing. He's in a battle right now. He is in a battle with James. And he's light and leaves the 2-pin. Corey Clayton strikes. So he's got a workmanlike game going here. Nick converts the spare. He has a little bit of a lead in his match. James Stephenson. Nolan crosses over for a 4-bagger. Michael goes through the nose and carries. He backdoors the 3-6. He backdoored the 3-6. That was so late, so bad, we had to have a score correction. Put up 9, had to change it. Okay, Gio strikes. Now he really does have to go off the sheet. Nothing else really matters for him. Rhino through the nose. He's pretty inconsistent this game. He's on 7 and 8. Jeff with a double. He's got it going pretty good. Since he's moved into the top 5, things have gone well for him. Rhino with the spare. Andy is coming up here in the 7th. He's got the first 6, doing exactly what he needs to do. And that is light, and he doesn't carry. He leaves the 2-pin. Josh Link with a strike. Crusher. Alex looks like he's using a phase 2 now. I'm not sure. Not close enough to really see, but it looks like a phase 2 that he's got in his hands. Nick's still in that phase 5. Gets another strike. And he's leading. And then Corey Clayton with a double. And Jeff crosses, carries the Brooklyn for 3. He's got a 3-bagger. And he throws one in the hole, but leaves the 10 to ring in 10. Needs to keep clean now. Convert and get back on the strike train. Josh with another strike. That gives him 3 consecutive, and Greg strikes. So Greg can still go off the sheet for 223, but without the bonus pins and where he is in the standings, I don't think that's going to be enough for him. Corey with another strike. That's 3 for Corey. He looks locked in again. So for the most part, the people that really need to make a move, they've thrown good shots. They've done what they've needed to do. It just may be a case for some of them of too little too late. Okay, Nick's got a strike up. He needs a strike here. Oh, he did. It was like fortunate for the lead. And Jeff solid in the hole for another strike. He's got a 4-bagger now. He's rolling along, doing what he needs to do. And he was the leader at the end of the first shift. He's had a good run today. Gio with another strike, but again, it's not a great game, but it's going to be too little too late. And he's up in the 9th. A strike here. Give him a solid foundation to put up some big numbers in the 10th. And he goes through the nose, leaves the 3-6-10. That could have been disaster, but it does leave him a spare he can pick. Still has a potential 255. Greg is high through the nose, leaves the 4-pin. If he converts this, the best he can shoot is 203, and I don't think that's going to be enough. Some strange things are going to happen for Greg to get there now, I believe. And he converts the spare, so he still has a possible 255. Rhino Page's score sheet this game is sort of like an art project. X's and red circles and dashes and slashes and numbers. It's got quite the game going. Oh, but he does convert the 5-10. Corey a little light. Leaves a 7-pin. Corey converts to 7-pin. That gives him a possible 237. Nick leaves a pin. He's in a fairly tight match. He can shoot 205. His opponent can shoot 197. So it's pretty tight for Nick right now. He needs the win. Michael is shooting a good game, and he is going to get the win. So that'll help solidify his position a little bit. There it is, nice shot by Andy. He still has a possible 255. And he leaves a single pin, so he can convert for 245. That's what the doctor ordered for Andy. Tommy shoots 190. Greg Thomas shoots 193, and that I think is going to be the end of his hopes for the top 5 today. Andy Kinney shoots 245. That is what the doctor ordered for Andy. Geo pocket 710. That also, I think, is going to be the end of his quest for the top 5.
I'll blame you first. Yeah. Even though you took up no matter what happens.
Oh, Corey through the nose. 4-7-10. Michael Hansen shot 214, so that, and he gets the win for the bonus pins. So he's in good shape. His quest for the top 5 is very much alive. Corey Clayton shot 213 that game with the bonus pins. It's going to help his cause. Jeff has a possible 222. Jeff strikes to close out his game at 222. Yeah, the people that are vying for the top 5 are doing what they need to do. They're winning their matches. They're over 200. And Nick shoots 191. He will win his match and get the bonus pins, but he could have used a bigger score there. Rhino gets a strike to start his 10th frame. Kerry shooting crosses and gets them all. Tim Rooney finishes with a 152, so we lose to Russ Hunt. Gary Shulin can go off the sheet for 220. That will force Alex to mark. Rhino shoots 204. Tim just needs to get one of these two pins to defeat him. And he does. To beat him by 1. Okay, so the next round will be position round. So I'm going to take a quick break before we get to position round. We will be back.
Again, our top 6 are going to be on 1 and 2, and then we'll go across like that. So I'll start on top, and then number 1, Alex Hoskins, will be on lane 1. On top, Jeff Carroll is our number 2. He'll be on lane 2. Josh Link will be on lane 1 in the middle. 4th place, Michael Hansen will be on lane 2. On the bottom, on lane 1, Andy Kinney. On lane 2 on the bottom, Corey Clayton. Lane 3, Rhino Page on the top. Lane 4 on the top, Nick Bedard. Lane 3 in the middle, Gio Salinas. Lane 4 in the middle, Greg Thomas. Lane 3 on the bottom, Todd Allred. Lane 4 on the bottom, Charles Wilkin. Lane 5, Russ Hutt, top. Lane 6 on the top, Tommy Crosby. Lane 5 in the middle, Al Silverthorne. Lane 6 in the middle, Tim Williams. Lane 5 on the bottom, Mark Hodges. Lane 6 on the bottom, Owen Crosby. Excuse me, Mark Hodges, Kerry Schumann. My bad. Mark Hodges, lane 5 on the bottom.
Okay, for this position round, we're starting on 1 and 2. So on 1 and 2, we will have Alex Hoskins versus Jeff Carroll, Josh Link versus Michael Hansen, Andy Kinney versus Corey Clayton. On lanes 3 and 4, we will have Rhino Page versus Nick Begaro, Gio versus Greg, Todd versus Charles. On lanes 5 and 6, we will have Russ versus Tommy, Adam versus Tim, Mark versus Kerry. And on 7 and 8, we will have Nolan versus Chuck, Tim versus Julian, and James versus Brandon. So we're about to get started here. This is the position round. After this, we will cut to 5. Right now, Corey Clayton, Rhino Page, and Nick Begaro are outside looking in, and any of them have a realistic chance of making it. Gio is 58 out, so there's a possibility that he can get there. Greg Thomas, 68 out, probably not. Anyone else, I don't think, really has any kind of opportunity. So the matches that I think are of the most interest right now are the Andy Kinney, Corey Clayton match, the Rhino Page, Nick Begaro match, and the Gio Greg match. Alex starts with a strike, and Jeff starts by leaving it 3-6-10. Rhino crosses and carries. And Jeff misses the 3-6-10 to start. Josh goes high. First shot out of the box goes through the nose. Leaves the 3-6-10. Gio strikes. Michael's made one remarkable run today. Ended up sitting in fourth right now. Let's see if we can keep it going. And it is solid. He strikes. Josh converts the 3-6-9-10. Tough spare out of the gate. Converts it. Todd goes through the nose. Doesn't carry. Corey Clayton, solid. So he starts his match with a strike. Let's see if Andy Kinney can respond. Andy does, solid. That could be, that Andy Kinney Corey Clayton match could be one of the better matches. They were just on 1 and 2, and they both had good looks. And here they are for the first position round match on 1 and 2. So that draw may go to help both of them. Alex's Light leads the 2-8. And Jeff through the nose for the 3-10. Now he was just down here on 1 and 2 and had a good look. So he was a little tight right now, or things may have changed a little bit. And Nick is back to throwing that Hustle USA, and he's doubled with it. Alex converts the 2-8 easily. And Jeff converts the 3-10. So that's helpful. He needed that conversion after opening the first. He needed that shot.
Oh yeah, there were a few people.
Oh, Michael just threw that through the nose. Leaves a 6-10. Rhino does not convert, so he goes strike open to start his match against Nick. Nick's doubled out of the gate. Andy strikes again. Throwing many, many strikes. Michael converts the spare. It's clean. Gio leaves a solid 8-pin. Corey crosses and carries to start his match with a double. Greg Thomas strikes. That was solid. And Jeff carries Brooklyn. He needed a break. He needed a break. He got one. And Alex crosses and does not carry. Michael threw a solid shot right in the hole, 10 back. Got a nice little match going here with Josh Link. Rhino throws a good shot, leaves a soft 7. Josh for a strike. Just trusting that ball a lot right now. Corey gives the ball just a little bit too much room, comes in light, leaves the 2-8. Let's see if Andy can continue his good play down here on 1 and 2. Stretch it to 3. Good shot. Oh, and the 10 does not carry. Gio gets another strike, so he's off to a decent start this game. Improbable, but possible. Corey Clayton picks up the 2-8. Stay clean. Alex Hoskins just threw a light shot on 2 and carried. Let's see if Jeff can match that. Again, the ball is left. This time doesn't touch the head pin. He's going to have the 1-3-6 left.
Julian, you're well within your right that I already missed it 3 times right already.
Oh, Josh Link leaves the 9 pin. Just a slightly high hit. Oh, and Jeff Carroll chops the 1 off of the 1-3-6. Oh, Nick's a little high, leaves the 4 pin, stops his run at 3. He does have a decent lead over Rhino in this particular match at this point. Michael just went through the nose, left the 6-10. Rhino throws a strike. He needed that. Close the gap a little bit to Nick. Andy is high, leaves the big 4. Nick converts his spare to stay in the lead. Michael converts the spare. Stay clean. Gio gets the strike. He looks to be getting it dialed in. Greg needs a strike here to keep his lead. And he does not. He leaves the 4-7. Corey goes high, goes through the nose and leaves the 3-10. Jeff goes through the nose, leaves the 3-4-6-7. Corey does not convert the baby split. So he is in a very tight match right now with Andy. And Jeff gets 4 of the 5, but not all. And this is going to put Alex really in the driver's seat, especially if he can double here. And Alex strikes, so he is in firm control of that match. And Nick spares to stay clean in his match with Rhino. Michael, 4-6, right through the face, leaves the 4-6. Josh converts the spare to stay clean, so he is in control in his match. So Alex and Josh are controlling their match. Rhino strikes to give himself a double to get back in his match with Nick. Nick had taken a lead, but gets Rhino back. Corey Clayton goes high, leaves a 4-pin. Gio, another strike. He's got a 3-bagger. So there is a chance. Andy through the nose for the 4-7-10. The ball reaction on 1 and 2 has seemed to gone away a little bit for these players. It's starting to jump off the back of the pattern. Just a little bit, and it may be time for some bold action to make a ball change here on 1 and 2. Todd goes through the face. That match, with Todd and Charles, I don't think they can get there. Okay, Andy does get the 4-7. So he's gone split to have 82 in the 5th. And he is trailing just slightly to Corey. Alex gets another strike. He has firmly taken control of this match. He's got three consecutive. Jeff is sitting on an open. He's making a ball change. He was using a motive. I'm not exactly sure which motive he was using. And he's gone back. I believe this is a Storm Phase 3 that he's using. Went a little bit high, left the 3-6. Rhino is looking to throw 3 consecutive to put some pressure on Nick. And he does. Jeff converts the 3-6. got things going again. And Nick strikes to answer. So that match is getting interesting. Josh strikes. He's taken control of his match with Michael. Michael needs to strike here to answer. We have Gio up on a 3-bagger. Let's see if he can make it 4. And he doesn't. It's light and leaves the bucket. Michael is light and carries. Shot that he needed at that point in the match. Greg now can get back even with Gio with a strike here. And it is light. It does not trip the 2. And he gets the strike. He needed that after those consecutive splits and opens. He needed that strike. Now we'll see what Corey does. Gio converts the bucket, so he stays clean. Corey, ball overhooks, goes past the head pin. Goes Brooklyn, does not carry, leaves the 6-10. He does still have the 30-pin lead. And we'll see how this shot looks for Jeff with this ball change. Much better shot at carried. And Corey has the 6-10 to convert. And he chops the 6 off the 10. Michael goes through the nose, leaves the 3-6-10. Now Nick is looking to double here. And he does. And that's an important double. Puts the pressure back on Rhino's shoulders. Strike. Alex goes through the nose, leaves the 3-10. Jeff's going to need some help from Alex to get back in this, and this may be where it starts. We'll see. Player of Alex's caliber. This isn't really something he'll miss. He'll make it more times than he won't. Rhino throws the ball through the nose and leaves the 2-7. So that definitely gives Nick a leg up in their match. Again, this is the last match before cutting to 5. And Rhino does not convert. Rhino does not convert. So that puts Nick in the driver's seat. Alex also does not convert on that baby split. So it gives Jeff a little bit of hope. Alex has 145 in the 7th. Jeff has 84 only in the sixth with a strike up. So he can start to close a little bit here. If he can string some, Alex falters a little bit more. Okay, after that chop, let's see how Corey responds in the second. And Corey misses the head pin, leaves the 1-2. The ball reaction definitely has gone away on 1 and 2. Now Jeff made a ball change. He's the only one that's made a ball change on 1 and 2, and it looks like it's going to work for him. Gio has thrown another strike, and he is leading his match. Again, I don't know how possible it is. Josh leaves the 2-8. He is in control though in his match with Michael. Oh, Greg Thomas just converted the 4-9. Just converted the 4-9 to stay close in his match with Gio. Corey Clayton converts the spare. Josh converts the 2-8. So he keeps his lead. Okay, Nick is up here in the 8th. He has a double working against Rhino. This is a big shot. He can really put Rhino in a hole with a strike here. And he rings a 10. Good shot, and he rings a 10. A little upset that that didn't carry. It was a good shot. Big moment. So he has 147 in the 6th. Rhino has 125 in the 6th. Andy just split. Left the 2-4-10. So his match with Corey is still very close. Rhino through the face, leaving the 2-4-7. Ball reaction right now for many of the players seems to be going away. Alex just struck. Nick gets the spare. So he has 167 through 7. Rhino has 134 through 7. Rhino does convert. Andy does not. So that's a break. That is a break for Corey. That will give the lead to Corey with 3 frames to play. And Jeff carries. He crosses and carries. He now has a double. He's making a late run. Making a late run in this one. Okay, Gio's up. He's got a strike working. If he's going to make a run from as far back as he is, he definitely needs a strike here. And he goes through the nose and leaves the 6-10. The right lane, lane 4, isn't treating it very well. And he is going to finish there. Josh has moved way left, and he has struck. And he's still in control in his match with Michael. Gio converts the spare. So he has 156 through 7. His opponent has 145 through 7. They both have spares up. Michael leaves the bucket. Charles throws another strike. He's just too far back to make any noise. Michael converts the bucket to stay alive in his match with Josh. Yeah, Corey Clayton has a slight lead over Andy with 3 to play. Andy leaves the 2-4-5. Ball is light. Okay, Rhino is up. He needs a strike here. Put some pressure on Nick. And he gets it. So Rhino has a possible 214. Corey wiggles the 10, but it doesn't go down. Nick strikes. Responds to Rhino's strike. Nick has a possible 247. That plus the 30, that would be possibly enough to get him into the top 5. Andy converts. And he converts, but that makes it, he only has a possible 190. Gio had the 7-10 standing, 7 went out, 10 almost went out, but stands. Corey collects the 10 pin to maintain his lead in the match over Andy. Now, Alex, for Jeff really to have any hope in this match, Alex is going to have to give him an opening somewhere. Jeff's going to have to go off the sheet. And he doesn't. He throws it through the nose, leaves a 6-10. Alex through the nose. Greg converts 214s, what he has possible. Jeff converts. He has 182 possible. Alex converts. So he's going to win that match, and he has 215 possible. And Josh strikes. He still has 230 possible. Michael strikes. That gives him a 203 possible. This is getting tight. or who we're going to have in the top 5 at the end. Nick strikes the first ball in the 10th. That was huge for him for his run to the top 5. And he leaves the 2-8. This is a huge shot for Corey. He goes light, leaves the 2-4-8, the 2-4-5, sorry. So he has a 10-pin lead over Andy at the end of 8. Nick strikes again. And he has Rhino shut out. But can Rhino, nope, Rhino, that's not going to be enough for Rhino to make the top 5, I do not believe. His score is not going to be high enough. Rhino does strike, but it's going to be too little too late for Rhino Page. Corey needs his spare. And he does convert, so he takes a 138, 132, is that it? 138, 128 lead into the 10th. So the scores aren't big, so that may not be enough even to get them in, to get one of them in. Nick strikes. So Nick shoots 247 to win. Jeff opens the 10th. Disastrous for Jeff. He only shoots a 158. 42 under. He has 42 under on that game. Gio does not strike. First ball in the 10th. Michael strikes. And Thomas converts. Okay, so it is close. It is close. Rhino Page will not make the top 5. It looks like Nick may have bowled himself into the top 5. Michael shoots 201, not enough to win. This is very close. Right now, Jeff Carroll is ahead of Michael by 1. Nick Bagaro has jumped both of them. Corey leaves the 4-pin, just slightly high, leaving a 4-pin. Okay, Josh Link has a possible 217. A strike here. And he leaves a 4-pin, so he shoots 216. So he is 60 over. So right now that puts him in second. So as they stand right now, Alex Hoskins is 1. Josh Link is 2. Nick Bagaro is 3. Corey Clayton converts the single pin. Jeff Carroll is 4. Michael Hansen is 5. So Corey Clayton and Andy Kinney can either one get there. If Corey strikes to get to 177, he'll get the third. He'll be 7 over. That will put him at 216. And that will get Corey in. That will get Corey in. That will not get Corey in, I'm sorry. He's 7 over, 212. Okay, I will confirm later, but right now my preliminary looks like Alex Hoskins is number 1, Josh Link number 2. Nick Bagaro makes a huge charge to get to 3. Jeff Carroll drops to 4, and Michael Hansen stays in the top 5 at 5. Okay, we'll take a short break and be back for the stepladder. And while we're finishing up and getting the top 5 ready, the first match is going to be Michael Hansen versus Jeff Carroll. I do want to again thank the sponsors, Classic Products, Storm Products, Alley Cat Lanes in Shoto, Montana, Wayne Carter, Glacier Wholesalers, Pepsi, Ravalli Fun Center in Hamilton, Bernie Coons Sr. Thanks to Bernie Coons for running Tournament Bowl and doing all the scoring. Thanks to Tom Krosky for 406 Streaming. Thanks to Tim and Lisa Corbett and Lucky Strike Lanes. This is a great tournament. And thanks to all of the bowlers that are in this tournament. They're the people that make it. Thank all of you for watching, and please subscribe. Remember, you've got the Ring and 10 Scratch Classic, March 25th and 26th in Butte, Montana. $130 to get in. Qualify Saturday at 8, 12, 5, or 9:30. There is a $20 per person single and double sweeper on Friday night at 9 o'clock-ish. Please contact Star Lanes at 406-494-3898 or Harry Schaefer at 406-491-0804. It's a great event. Participate. The Battle Big Fork on May 21st and 22nd. $160 entry fee. Pins carry over. It will be a dual pattern, a long and short. 8-game qualifier, 9 and 3. Contact Bernie Coons at 406-880-4913. And again, April 29th and 30th, the Women's Scratch Open here at Lucky Strike Lanes in Ronan, Montana. $100 entry fee, $1,200 for first place. It's on a challenge pattern from the Kegel Library, qualifying at 10, 2, and 6. Okay, contact Tim at 406-676-8051 or look him up on Facebook, Lucky Strike Lanes. Please participate. They're doing a little bit of practice, and then I'm going to take a little bit of break, and we'll get ready to go. Thank you all. Jeff has made a ball change. He's using a phase 2 right now. I believe Michael is staying with the Zen. Traditionally in this house, 3 and 4 carries better than the other cards. 1 and 2 sometimes carry is difficult. So we should see a little bit higher score on this pair than we did on 1 and 2. And Michael is not starting with the Zen. He has changed his mind through practice, and it looks like yes, he is not. He is not starting with the Zen. Nice ball change. Nice ball change from Michael. He gets the double. Jeff's still a little bit high. I know that he made a comment that his reaction had gone away, and he is still searching a little bit for a reaction. And he gets the spare, stays clean. And that was a nice reaction. 10 back. It looks like, I believe that's a proton physics that Michael has gone to. Oh, Michael trips the 4 forward. Michael's bowled well today. He had a big game when he needed it to get him into contention, and now here he is with another strike. So he starts with 4, puts Jeff in a little bit of a hole right off the bat. Right off the bat. Jeff's a little high with that one. He didn't throw that one as well. Leaves the 3, 6, 10. We do have Josh warming up on 1 and 2 if you're hearing some stuff. And Jeff chops the 3 off the 6-10. So it's an open frame in the 4th. Jeff, 10 back. So he didn't, in the 4th, just didn't throw the ball that well. He's getting a nice ball reaction right now. We'll see if Michael can keep it going. With that open Jeff had in the 4th, Michael could really bury him here with a couple more strikes. And there's one. Let's see if Michael can get halfway home with all strikes. That's a left of target, and yes, through the nose. Leaves the 4-7. So the string stops at 5. And he stays clean, converts the 4-7. And now can Jeff take advantage of that strike that he threw on 3 by doubling up on 4? And he does. He throws a solid shot. Jeff throws another, so he's got a 3-bagger. So he is not out of it. Even with that open, there's still plenty of room for him to come back and win this match. He just has to keep it going. This is a big shot, I think, for Michael to strike and respond to the little bit of pressure that Jeff started to exert. And he does strike. Nice shot. See if Michael can double up. Good shot. And he does. Now the pressure's on Jeff. He has to strike. It's at that point now. We don't have much time left. It's got to be strikes the rest of the way for Jeff. Jeff throws it through the nose, leaves the big 4. And that's pretty much going to be the end of it for Jeff. He had a great day today. He just lost ball reaction the last couple of games, and not the time for it to happen. He just wasn't able to find the reaction again. The best he can possibly do now, he can go out the sheet for 205. Michael's already at 188 without throwing another ball. Jeff crosses over for the strike. Michael throws another strike. And that will do it. So Michael comes out of the gate. Comes out of the gate with a great game to move on. And Jeff will finish 5th today. And a nice way to finish. Nice 257 to start for Michael. And that will end Jeff's day in 5th place. But in a field this strong, finishing 5th, that's a great weekend. That is a great weekend. All right, so the next match will be Michael Hansen versus Nick Bigaro. And I expect this match, the match between Nick and Michael, to be a great match. Both bowlers have had to come a ways today to get here, and they've been bowling well down the stretch. So I look for this to be a good shot. All right, we will take a little break and then be back for the next match. All right, we're getting close to starting our next match between Michael Hansen and Nick Bigaro. And Michael's using a Proton Physics, Nick's using a Hustle USA. Before we get started, again, I'd like to thank Classic Products, Storm Products, Alicat Lanes and Shoro, Wayne Carter, Glacier Wholesaler, Pepsi, Valley Fund Center, and Bernie Coons Sr. for the added money to this tournament. Bernie Coons Sr., his added money allowed more places to be paid, so that was an incredibly kind gesture. Thanks to Tom Crosby for the 406 streaming. Thanks to Tim and Lisa Corbett for their hospitality here at Lucky Strike Lanes. And thanks to Bernie Coons Jr. for taking care of all the scoring, getting everything on Tournament Bowl, just making sure that things run along smoothly throughout the weekend. It's been a wonderful weekend. Just a few matches to go and we'll be able to crown a champion for the Scratch Tournament 2023. Alright, I hope you've enjoyed the live stream over the weekend. It's been a lot of fun. I bowled yesterday not well. I'm just an old bad bowler these days, but it was fun. The tournament format, for those of you that don't know, qualifying is 4 games on a short pattern, 4 games on a long pattern, and then today is a medium pattern. They're on 39 feet. So that's where we are, match number 2. Nick's going to start it off. And it is dead flush 10 back. What a great way to start the match. This should be reasonably high scoring, should be a good match. That one was lofted. Michael, don't dribble that one. He hasn't done that really all day. So I've got to think that wasn't intentional. That was just a bad shot. Leaves himself the 2-4-5. And he converts. So both bowlers start with marks. Now, format of this top 5 also, for those of you that are unfamiliar with this tournament, when we get down near the end, the person that is leading, and that in this case is Alex Hoskins, that person has to be defeated twice. So if they happen to lose to their opponent, they're going to bowl one more game to determine the champion. And Michael has gone back to the Zen. That ball was flush. Now we have Nick up in the second, can take an early lead. And he goes through the face for the big 4. So he goes from the potential of taking the early lead to most likely be in an early deficit unless he converts this. And he gets 2. Much better shot, 10 back. We'll see now. Michael can double up. And he does. He does throw the double. And it seems that it was the right move to go back to that Zen. Gets away with that. And just the 2-5. And he converts to stay clean. So Nick has the opportunity to strike here. Get back into the match. He's had most of the day, late in the day anyway, he's had a great reaction with this Hustle USA. And there's another great reaction for a strike. So unfortunately in the second he just let that one get away from him and paid a penalty for it. Let's see if he can throw 3. And he is back in it. Oh, and Michael collapses the 4-9 to strike. So this match is closed right up. Michael still has a slight advantage, but this match is tight. And he doesn't carry. He leaves a 4-pin. So the advantage now goes back to Nick. Both of these bowlers, Nick and Michael, had a great run today. Done some fine bowling. Michael converts the spare. But now Nick has a chance to take the lead. If he can strike here, he will lead. Oh, and Nick is light and leaves a 210. So we'll see. And he does not convert, so he opens in the 6th. And he strikes. So for Nick, it's been splits or strikes. He strikes, or he lets the ball drip just slightly high, and it's a split. Oh. And now the split bites Michael. Turns the favor. Had a chance to put Nick in a bit of a hole there, and he opens the door right back up. And it's an open for Michael. All right, we'll see if Michael can recover from that split. Throw a good shot here. You got a strike. And he does. So Nick has, as the last time he was up, he has the opportunity to take the lead in this match with a strike. And he does this time. And a 2-4-5. So Michael will come up with an opportunity to retake the lead with a strike. And Nick converts. A big shot here. And a split. 4-6. We did a terrible, terrible time. And Michael gets one of them. So now he has a potential 191. Nick can shoot 209. Best Michael can do is 191. So he needs to go off the sheet. It's the only possible chance he has. And he doesn't get that one, so he is not going to be able to win this match. Nick is going to win the match, barring anything ridiculous. He still has to show up. He still has to get count. But he's only going to need 7 pins on the first ball to defeat Mike, if Mike strikes here. And he doesn't. He gets 7. So Nick only needs 5 pins on the first ball, and that's a win. And he will move on to face Josh Link. And there it is. That's enough for the victory. So Nick Bagaro will face Josh Link in the semifinal match. Again, this should be another great match down to the end. Take a short break and be back with you. All right, here we go for the semifinal match. Josh is up first. Flush, 10 back. Great way to start the semifinal. Now we'll see if Nick can answer. Nick has had such a great run from about match 5 today. After the first 4 of match play today, his run started, and he got himself into the top 5 by throwing a huge game in the position round, and he is still alive to win a title here today. And we are even after 1. 7 and 8 is a tough pair in this house, and today it was tough. So I wouldn't expect this to be a super high scoring match, but the way Josh and Nick have been throwing the ball, it certainly could be. And it's a strike for Nick. It looks like he has gone back to that phase 5. He used that earlier today for a bit. He made the biggest part of his run with that Hustle USA, but the phase 5 was the ball he went to when he wasn't getting a good reaction with that Hustle USA. I'm not sure what Josh is using. It may be a phase 3, but I'm not positive. Or a phase 4, I'm sorry. Maybe a phase 4. No, I don't believe it is. Not sure. I am not sure. And I didn't ask. I didn't ask Josh what he was using before the game. So we are all square. Oh, bad break for Josh. Solid 9-pin. Threw the ball well. Threw the ball very well. And he converts, so he stays clean. Okay, Nick steps up with a chance to throw a strike and take the lead in this match. Oh, and he misses wide right. Leaves the 1-2-4. And he does not convert. He does not convert. Steps up with a chance to take the lead. Leaves an opening. Gives it right back to Josh. And that one carries. Just a little light, and he carries. Okay, let's see what Josh can do now. He's thrown the ball solid, all 3 shots. And we get a 4th shot. Thrown well for a strike. Just unfortunate he didn't carry that 9-pin in the 3rd frame. again. He left the 2-8 for a moment, just the 2 stands. The 8 did fall out late. And he converts it. So he has clean through 5. Nick does have that open in the 3rd. Let's see if Nick can strike here. Get the double to close up a little bit. And he does. So this match is tightened right back up. Nick has moved left. He's in front of the ball return now. So it's typical day. We're a lot of games in. A lot of games have been thrown today. Lanes are pretty beat up, so after all that play, and he strikes again. Puts the pressure on Josh. The pressure on Josh to strike. And this is a tight match. And Josh does not. The 10 does not go down. Oh, and he does convert. Skinnies it out of there. Stays out of trouble, stays clean. However, that gives Nick a chance to start to take control in this match. We're halfway through. $265 is still on the table for Nick. And we're not 240s is only there for Josh. So Nick can take control, full control. And there's a solid shot. That carries. So Josh has been solid in the pocket. He's been there every shot. He's just not had the good fortune to carry on every shot. He's left a couple of 10 pins in that 9 pin. Nick has had one wayward shot in the match, but with a strike here, he can take the lead. Oh, and he does not get to the right of the head pin. Only gets 7, leaves 3 to shoot at. Not the easiest spare in the world, but even if he converts here, that will give Josh the opportunity to take control again to get back into the lead. Josh still has 240s possible. And Nick opens again, his second open in this match. So Nick has 230 possible. Josh has the 240s possible. So that frame has handed control back over to Josh. And honestly, in this match to this point, Josh has thrown the ball better than Nick has. Two 8 left for Nick. Two 8 is left. He really needs to convert this. If he does not convert the spare, that really could put him into a hole that he's not going to be able to recover from. And he does convert it. But Josh can really take control here. If he can throw a couple of strikes at this point in the match, it's going to give him control. 220 is all that's possible now for Nick, while Josh still has 240s possible. Oh my. Yet again, he throws a good shot, leaves the 4, just wiggles it. But he is in control. Oh, and he just converts it. That's 2 he's skinnied in there tonight. But he does mark. He does mark. And he does stay in control. So he has an 8-pin lead with 2 to play. He really needs a strike here to put the pressure firmly on Nick. And there it is. Solid. Now Nick has to strike here. Really, without striking, it's going to make his job very difficult. He can go off the sheet to force Josh to throw the first one. There's the first one. Desperately needed that. No, he needs 3 here. He still cannot shut Josh out. And he gets another. He gets another. Now he has put some heat on. He has put some heat on Josh. Oh, and he does not count is a problem. If he gets 2, that will get him to 204. That will force. He only gets 1. So that gets him to 203. So Josh does need to mark. He needs a mark and 6. A mark and 6 is a winner. So he's got to get a mark plus 6. And that will get him to 204 to defeat Nick. Easiest mark, of course, is a strike. Throw a strike here. He's been in the pocket the entire match. And he doesn't. The super washout. So he has to convert. He has to convert this in order to win. So if Josh does not convert, Nick moves on. Unbelievable. After throwing every ball in the pocket for 9 frames. super washout in the 10th. He has to convert. And he does not. So Nick is the winner. Devastating loss for Josh. He was in the pocket the entire match until the 10th. Nick moves on to bowl for the championship. So it will be Nick Bagaro and Alex Hoskins for the title for the Scratch Tournament 2023. Alex Hoskins versus Nick Bagaro. Nick shot a huge game in the position round to get into the step ladder, and now he's bowling for the championship. Take a short break and be back. So while we're getting ready for the championship match, again, thank you to all the sponsors. Classic Products, Storm Products, Alley Cat Lanes in Shoto, Montana, Wayne Carter, Glacier Wholesaler, Pepsi, Ravalli Fund Center in Hamilton, and Bernie Kuhn Sr. for his generous donation to be able to pay more places today. Thanks again also to Tim and Lisa Corbett and all they do for bowling in this wonderful house here at Lucky Strike Lanes, Ronan, Montana. And thank you to Bernie Coons Jr. for taking care of the scoring, keeping things running for the past 2.5 days, back to Friday. And thanks to Tom Crosby for 406 streaming. We'll be able to bring this to those of you that are watching, and thanks to all of you that are watching. I know we've got some fans in Utah, some fans in Canada, fans around the Northwest. Thank you for tuning into YouTube today to watch the match play and to watch the conclusion of the Scratch Tournament in 2023. And for those bowlers out there that are watching, come and play the Ring in 10. It's March 20th and 26th, Star Lanes in Butte. The Women's Scratch Classic is here at Lucky Strike Lanes, April 29th until the end of April. And the Battle of Big Fork, May 21st and 22nd at Grizzly Lanes up there in Big Fork. All great events. All great events. So we're getting ready to start here. Alex Hoskins, Nick Bagaro for the 2023 The Scratch Tournament Championship. Nick will start on lane 3. And it's high, but he does carry. So good break for Nick to start this match. We'll see if Alex can respond. Alex has bowled well all weekend. Let's see if he can finish it off today with the championship. Alex is one of the finer bowlers in the Northwest. A Storm staffer. Starts with the ball in the pocket but leaves a flat 10. Yeah, it's rare when Alex isn't near the top in tournaments if he chooses to participate. Great shot by Alex. 10 back. Solid in the pocket. This pair, 3 and 4 at this house, tends to be a higher scoring pair. So I expect with bowlers of this caliber, even though it's late in the day, burn, I expect to see a reasonably high scoring match for the championship. And Nick, solid 10 back. We're off to a great start. Now this is, if Nick does win this, we will have a second match for the championship. Alex is going to have to lose twice. If Alex wins, we are finished and he is the champion. Wide right, washout for Nick. Looked like he didn't get all of that at the bottom. And he gets 2, so first opening comes from Nick. Great shot by Alex. So he takes early control. And again, if Alex wins, it is over. He is the champion. If Nick wins, then we go to a second game. Great shot, dead flush for a 3-bagger. Alex takes control early in this match. Nick's going to have to respond with a strike here. face. 3, 6, 7, 10 for Nick. He's in a situation where he really has to convert this. If he doesn't convert, he's going to be in, I think, just too deep of a hole against Alex to be able to recover. Nice spare by Nick. Gutty. That was necessary to stay in this match. It's going to be important for Nick to get a strike here. He's got to stay close. There's the strike. Absolutely necessary. Let's see if Alex can continue to keep the pressure on Nick. I believe Alex is using a phase 2 in this match. Oh, and he washes out. He may be able to give that opening right back to Nick. He had an opportunity to really put his foot on Nick. But he didn't. If he does not convert it, that changes the complexion of this match entirely. And he does not convert. So he has 102 in the fifth. Nick can get up and double to tie that. So the pressure is on Alex right here to throw a strike. And it is high and does not trip the 4-pin. So this match has changed in the course of 2 frames. And here's the opportunity for Nick. Opportunity for Nick to step up and double. Take charge. This is a big shot in this match. Over in front of the ball return, he's had to move that far left as we get into the step ladder. And he carries. That was a huge shot. Strike here, he takes the lead. For the lead. And it's high, he leaves the 4-9. He's using that phase 5 on the right lane, lofting together on the left lane. He's using that Hustle USA. That ball went high, left the 4-9. So the advantage that Alex just had it in, he has back to Alex. This is an important make. He does not. So advantage is handed back to Alex. 128 in the 7th. Alex has 102 in the 5th. Spare up in the 6th. double here will give Alex firm control of the match. And it is light. The 10 falls out late. He could have easily left the 210, but he leaves just the 2 pin. He can convert this for a lead. If he strikes here, he'll have a 13-pin lead. He has a lead and a game in his pocket. Good shot, flat 10. So he has a 12-pin lead. And there it is, spare. So he has 220 possible. And right now Nick has 218 possible. So he's got that face 5 again on the right lane. He's lofting the gutter with it. He needs a strike here. It's important to double. Strike the 8th and 9th. Force Alex to match. And he strikes. Big shot. Now he needs a strike here. Even if he strikes here, Alex can still get up and shut him out. But a strike here will certainly put the pressure square on Alex to throw strikes. This Hustle USA has treated him well today. He made the big run with it. Once he changed to it, that's when his run started. Getting a re-rack on 3. And it's high, and he leaves the 410. And that may be the end of the road for Nick. He absolutely has to convert this. And even if he does, the best he can shoot is 198. And Alex is on a 200 pace. And he does not convert. So 186 is the best. Is the best that Nick can shoot. Alex can go 9 spare 9 to defeat him. So there's a strike. So 9 pins, 2 balls to get 9. And there it is. Alex Hoskins is the champion of the Scratch Tournament 2023. I'd like to thank all of you for watching. Thank you to all of the bowlers for participating. This was a great tournament. Thank you to Classic Products, Storm Products, Alley Cat, Shoto, Wayne Carter, Glacier Wholesaler, Pepsi, River Valley Fun Center in Hamilton, and Bernie Coon Sr. for sponsoring this tournament. Thank you also for all the work that Bernie Coons Jr. has done, Tom Crossgree, Tim and Lisa Corbett, Lucky Strike Lanes. It's been a great tournament. Hopefully you continue to tune in to 406 Streaming. And congratulations, Alex Hoskins, champion, the Scratch Tournament 2023. Thank you.
I knew if I took this, if I would have taken this down earlier, I'd have needed it when they moved the 5 foot there. I knew if I took it down.
Good run today, Jack. Yeah, long day yesterday.
23rd to 2nd.